Chapter 505. Fu Inshu asked, Zhaoge, how much longer will it take for us to return to the Eight Extremities world? Yin Zhaoge said, We will have to wait for the lofty prestige mirror to recover before we have any hope of returning to the Eight Extremities world. Still, our chances are very high. He exhaled slowly, saying in a relaxed tone, The time flow of the vast ocean world is not much more than 5 times that of the Eight Extremities world. Even if we wait a little longer here, not too much time will actually have passed before we return to the Eight Extremities world. Fu Inshu nodded slightly. I will do my best to recuperate and recover as soon as possible. Yin Zhaoge's gaze was cold. When we return this time, there are some debts that I will have to properly settle with the Sacred Sun clan. Fu Inshu said, Right, you only spoke about the matter of the East Sea and this vast ocean world earlier. How are things in the Eight Extremities world, the Earth Domain, and the 9 underworlds? How are Master, the other senior apprentice uncles, and second apprentice brother? Hearing Fu Inshu ask this, Yin Zhaoge's gaze dimmed slightly. After informing Fu Inshu of the situation of Yuan Zhengfeng, Feng Jun, and the others who had gone to the Earth Domain, Fu Inshu could not help but feel a little dazed. Master, Yin Zhaoge sighed. Grandmaster has experienced many great storms and waves in his life. He will definitely be blessed by the heavens. Fu Inshu nodded slowly, but the worry within her gaze could not be concealed. She and Yuan Zhengfeng were like father and daughter, their relationship even surpassing that of ordinary master and disciple. Having been raised by Yuan Zhengfeng since young, hearing of his situation now, while she consoled herself time and time again, she was still unable to set her mind at ease. As she thought about it, fury and hatred surged within Fu Inshu's gaze. Shunli really deserves to be killed. Her fury instead caused her to sober up from her grief for Yuan Zhengfeng, her thoughts also becoming clear. Frowning, Fu Inshu looked at Yin Zhaoge. Master has been lost amidst the chaotic flows of space. It is unknown when he will be able to return. Junior apprentice brother, Yin is temporarily unable to leave, sealing the flame devils on the East Sea. Our clan's 2 martial saints are basically no longer here. Also, as you say, the clear chi robe needs to protect senior apprentice brother Feng, and is temporarily unable to use it. While the Sacred Sun clan's East Huang is also trapped within the seal of the East Sea, that scum Shunli having fled in the face of battle, he instead obtained his freedom. We have to be wary of him causing trouble. Yin Zhaoge said, at the final moment when the seal of the East Sea was completed, in order to avoid being crushed to death by the power of the seal, we entered the dimensional passageway together and came to the vast ocean world. The situation over at the Eight Extremities world after that is uncertain. However, other than the Heavenly Thunder Hall Shunli, Turbid Wave Pavilion's pavilion, Lord and Qinglin, was similarly spared. While Turbid Wave Pavilion has always been strictly neutral, if the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall go too far, Pavilion Lord will most likely intervene. After all, a situation where a single power dominates is definitely not something that Turbid Wave Pavilion would like to see. The Extreme Ing Crown is still in the hands of the Sacred Sun clan, but Infinite Boundless Mountain also has the Heaven Cleaving Axe. While the Heaven Cleaving Axe has been heavily damaged, as long as it can survive this, it is a force that cannot be overlooked. Moreover, from what I know, Mengwan seems to have been injured as well. Yin Zhaoge said slowly. Finally, with Grandmaster not appearing for a long period of time, the news of his disappearance will probably not be able to be concealed. However, with the clear chi robe returning to the mountain, it will be able to intimidate the weak. While the clear chi robe will have to look after second apprentice uncle, while the higher echelon experts of our clan know of this matter, the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall will not know of it. They will also have some reservations. This way, while Grandmaster, the Painting Saint, Father, Huang Guanglia, and Jade Sea City Lord Song are temporarily unable to appear in this world, the overall situation of the Eight Extremities world, barring any major incidents, is still stable. Yin Zhaoge's tone was resolute and decisive, let alone Meng Wan being injured, even if she is safe and sound. As long as Junior Apprentice Sister Feng is fine, In the 7th extreme bout, Mengwan will not be able to stop junior apprentice Sister Feng from ascending to the top. Fu Inshu said, "You said just now that a major incident." Yin Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly as he said, "There are 3 possible major incidents. Firstly, as mentioned earlier, the Sacred Sun clan may have established a connection with the world beyond worlds. In this great tribulation, they lost Huang Guanglie, suffering a great blow to their vitality. If not for the extreme Yin crown in their hands, even the heavenly Thunder Hall would be able to climb over their heads." Yin Zhaoge analyzed. Under such circumstances, whether their backer in the world beyond worlds would feel disappointed in them, or change his attitude of not interfering all along and lend them a hand, is still uncertain now. Fu Inshu nodded. "That's right. We have to guard against it." Yin Zhaoge continued. "Secondly, it is infinite boundless mountains heaven cleaving axe. Previously, when Jade Sea City's Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword was forged and the chaos in the East Sea and Hell had yet to occur, the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall joined hands to attack Jade Sea City. I was already worried that the other side would openly attack Jade Sea City while secretly plotting against the Heaven Cleaving Axe." Fu Inshu nodded. "I also specifically reminded Infinite Boundless Mountain earlier that Master and Junior Apprentice Brother Yin were also wary of being diverted by the other side." Yin Zhaoge spread his palms apart. Afterwards, because of the chaos in Hell, the 2 sides temporarily stopped fighting and made peace. However, in the East Sea this time, Infinite Boundless Mountain's #1 expert, Chu Yin, was heavily injured and returned to the mountain in advance, leaving the Heaven Cleaving Axe in the East Sea. While it is also controlled by Infinite Boundless Mountain's Transcending Mortality Martial Grandmasters, with this sacred artifact having been heavily damaged at the end of the day, the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall might be able to make use of it. If the Heaven Cleaving Axe falls into the hands of the other side, with 1+1-, the balance of the situation might be broken. Fu Inshu sighed. "This is also something that can't be helped. After all, having to concentrate as much power as possible on dealing with the Flame Devils earlier, the only fear was that there might not be enough experts." Yin Zhaoge chuckled. "The Sacred Sun Clan really has their own little schemes in mind. The third thing that we have to guard against is a change in the mindset of Turbid Wave Pavilion." At this point, Yin Zhaoge put his hand to his forehead. After Father transcended mortality and entered sainthood, he is truly invincible in the 8 extremities world, even being able to challenge the combined forces of others alone. Adding on Grandmaster and the clear Chi robe, our clan is virtually about to return to the peak era of the exalted Heaven Shaker. Now, even if Grandmaster is temporarily missing, as long as Father is here, our clan is indisputably the #1 sacred ground of the 8 extremities world. Fu Inshu's expression was also a little strange now. Junior apprentice brother Yin still has the possibility of improving. At that time, he will be able to sweep through the entire world single-handedly. Exchanging glances, the 2 didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Under such circumstances, while Yin Di was currently temporarily unable to extricate himself from the seal of the East Sea, it was really hard to predict what Turbid Wave Pavilion would think of this. Yin Zhaoge said, "If we want to return to the 8 extremities world, we still need time. Thinking about this now is also useless. We can only hope that the situation in the 8 extremities world is stable and that Junior Apprentice Sister Feng and the others are safe. As long as there are no internal problems, we should be able to get through this peacefully." Fu Inshu looked at Yin Zhaoge. "That's right. Thinking about this now is also useless. Still, you said earlier that Xue Fei and Shi Jun are both here. Let's go see them, trying to bring them back to the 8 extremities world together. However, according to what you said, having offended these 2 local bullies, would it be disadvantageous to Xue Fei and the others?" Chapter 506. Due to various reasons, the young Fu Inshu had been a true little devil king, a Broad Creed Mountain disciple who caused the most headaches amongst her peers. At that time, the person she had feared the most had not been Yuan Zhengfeng, who was like her master and father. Instead, it had been her eldest apprentice brother, Shi Tai. It was only in front of the strict and serious Shurtai that Fu Inshu would restrain herself greatly. However, Fu Inshu did not feel any resentment toward Shurtai. On the contrary, he was one of the closest to her amongst her fellow disciples. Fu Inshu was both respectful and fearful of this eldest apprentice brother of hers. In the great tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain, Shurtai had perished for the clan, causing Fu Inshu to feel incomparably sad. Fu Inshu had been worried about Su Fei and Shi Jun's whereabouts in the vast ocean world previously. Now that she knew that she and Yin Zhaoge were currently in the vast ocean world, Fu Inshu was naturally very concerned about their situation. Yin Zhaoge said, "You can rest easy, senior apprentice aunt. Over this period of time, I have also interacted quite a bit with the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world, understanding some things. While Changli Mountain is not one of the top existences amongst the 7 pillars of good, they are not to be taken lightly. Their strength is not inferior to that of Spirit Rhino Island or the evil shifting sect." Yin Zhaoge said slowly, "Of the 7 pillars of good, Water Crystal Palace is the strongest. However, the Blood Dragon sect and Myriad Sword Pool both have the ability to contend with them. These 3 powers are in a tripartite balance. Because the other 4 sects do not have martial saints or sacred artifacts, they are comparatively weaker. Still, they all possess considerable strength and foundation." Hearing his words, Fu Inshu nodded. "It is more or less the same as the situation over in our 8 extremities world." Yin Zhaoge continued, "Even as the 3 powers of Water Crystal Palace keep each other in check, they're also fighting to rope in Changli Mountain, Spirit Rhino Island, the Spirit Returning Sect, and the Blazing Wind Sect. While maintaining their independence, Changli Mountain and the other 3 powers are more or less biased towards one another. Amongst them, Spirit Rhino Island is biased towards Myriad Sword Pool. The Blazing Wind Sect is biased towards the Blood Dragon Sect, while Changli Mountain and the Spirit Returning Sect are both biased towards Water Crystal Palace. The loose alliance formed by these 3 forces is the strongest. While the other 2 forces are guarding against each other, they seem to be working together to fight 4 against 3. No one can do anything to the other." As Yin Zhaoge said this, he spread his hands apart. There are still the 6 evil sects outside. Therefore, under normal circumstances, these 7 pillars of good would not cause too much of a commotion. Of course, there is also disharmony amongst the evil sects, with the conflict even more intense. I heard that senior apprentice brother Su and little June Er's current situation at Changli Mountain is still all right. When I came into contact with those from Spirit Rhino Island earlier, I only said that I was heading towards Changli Mountain. They probably wouldn't suspect senior apprentice brother Su and the others." Yin Zhaoge paused for a moment before continuing, "However, through comparing our martial arts, the other party might be able to see the similarities." Fu Inshu said, "If it's Tai Ching Qigong, unless it leaves an obvious mark in someone else's body, it's not so easy to compare. Other than the basic martial arts, among the more advanced martial arts in our sect, you don't know the great heaven and earth sword style, and the other martial arts that you cultivate, Xue Fei and the others don't know. The only similarity is the 7-star sword." Yin Zhaoge recalled for a moment before smiling. "Coincidentally, I used the 7-star sword once, not leaving anyone alive at the scene." Fu Inshu waved her hands. "It's fine then." Yin Zhaoge said, "Spirit Rhino Island cannot control Changli Mountain, but that Yang Chu Fan and the others seem to have slandered me as a member of the Sacred Evil Sect, even saying so with such certainty. I wonder where their confidence comes from." The Sacred Evil Sect is one of the 6 evil sects. Involving the conflict between good and evil, Spirit Rhino Island and Myriad Sword Pool would have an excuse to make a fuss. Fu Inshu gazed at the distant Great Sea. "Whatever the case, let's first hurry to Changli Mountain. I heard you mention just now that the fastest direct route to Changli Mountain is through the territory of Spirit Rhino Island?" Yin Zhaoge nodded. "That's right. The directionless sea where Changli Mountain is located is precisely separated from bewildering Maze Sea by the Spirit Rhino Sea. If we do not go through the Spirit Rhino Sea, we will have to make a detour through the flying turtle sea. Fu Inshu's brows were knit tightly. You said just now that the chief of Spirit Rhino Island is a transcending mortality martial grandmaster? If he is a transcending mortality martial grandmaster, it would be very difficult. The one you killed was his son, and he would definitely want to put his life on the line. Currently, the Spirit Rhino Sea should already be under lockdown, with Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners everywhere. While she was a competitive person, Fu Inshu was able to clearly recognize the situation and the strength of both sides. Yin Zhaoga smiled. If I really had to say, I heard that Spirit Rhino Island has 2 transcending mortality martial grandmasters. Chief Fong is ranked 7th amongst the top 10 transcending mortality martial grandmasters of this vast ocean world. Hearing his words, Fu Inshu's brows were knit even more tightly. However, carefully looking at Yin Zhaoga's expression, her heart suddenly jolted. I just broke through into the late Essence Talisman stage not long ago, and it is impossible for me to break through into the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm within a short period of time. Moreover, my injuries have yet to recover, affecting my strength as well. If you have a way, just say it. Yin Zhaoga spread his palms apart, smiling. To tell you the truth, I currently also don't have a very good way. Still, I might have one in a couple of days. Fu Inshu asked curiously, You are about to break through into the Essence Talisman martial grandmaster realm? I know that you are like Yin Di, a heaven-defying genius with shocking strength at the same cultivation level. Even at such a high cultivation level, you still possess abilities that far surpass those of the same generation. However, you're already able to stand against a transcending mortality martial grandmaster at the early Essence Talisman stage? Or is it that you're able to consecutively jump several cultivation levels within a short period of time? Yin Zhaoga chuckled. Speaking of which, I have to thank the people of Spirit Rhino Island. I obtained a good thing in this bewildering maze sea. However, if I want to be of use, I still have to go to a place and make some preparations. Yin Zhaoga pointed into the distance. The direction we are currently heading in is precisely that place. We are not heading directly towards Chongli Mountain, instead deviating slightly from that direction. However, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping firewood. Now that there are fewer detours, it will be a flat stretch of land afterwards. Fu Inshu's gaze flickered. Oh, what place? Yin Zhaoga answered. The place where the Spirit Rhino Sea, the Flying Turtle Sea, and the bewildering Maze Sea intersect is known as the Deep Abyss Corridor. I asked about it from the vast ocean world martial practitioners who were traversing this bewildering Maze Sea. There is something I want there, which can be considered a pleasant surprise. Fu Inshu said, This matter cannot be delayed then. Let's speed up. The two were currently already not far from the Deep Sea Corridor. As they sped forward, Yin Zhaoga estimated the distance and felt that it should be in the vicinity. Let's go. As Yin Zhaoga said this, he led the way into the depths of the sea. Fu Inshu naturally had no objections as she let Yin Zhaoga lead the way. As the two dived downwards, they could vaguely see a trench at the bottom of the sea. In this place, there were endless turbid currents coming from 3 directions and converging here. Yin Zhaoga and Fu Inshu exchanged glances, discovering that other than them, there were already quite a few martial practitioners gathered here. There were Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners amongst them, but their cultivation bases were not very high. At the very least, it would be impossible for them to surround and capture Yin Zhaoga. Also, other than Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners, there were also people of other sections. With everyone gathered here, it was as though they were all participating in a grand event. To be continued. Chapter 507. The Deep Sea Corridor was located at the intersection of the Spirit Rhino Sea, Flying Turtle Sea, and Bewildering Maze Sea. 3 completely different tidal vortexes stirred up the strange miasma in the deep sea and gathered here, forming a unique polluted undercurrent. The vast ocean world was formed from a small amount of land and a great deal of oceans. In other places, there were also places where the 3 seas intersected. However, This polluted undercurrent could only be found at the intersection of the spirit rhino, flying turtle, and bewildering maze seas. It was a unique landform. However, this deep, filthy undercurrent was extremely filthy. To a martial artist, there was no benefit to it. Therefore, most of the time, even if a martial artist entered the sea, they would not be willing to approach this place. Now that so many people had gathered, Yin Zhaoge felt rather puzzled. Could it be that the rumors were wrong? The polluted undercurrent formed a huge whirlpool. At the center of the whirlpool, there was no seawater, forming a large vacuum zone. At this moment, everyone gathered in the open space, discussing spiritedly. Li Sheng finally couldn't hold it in any longer and wants to challenge Zhang Haoqing. A battle between the top two of the Essence Spirit top 10 powerhouses has not been seen for a long time. Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect, the two leaders of good and evil, are finally going to clash head-on. I wonder, will the Blue Dragon Zhang Haoqing truly be number one? Or will the previous number two, Heaven-Slaying Pillar Li Sheng, prevail? Don't underestimate Li Sheng. Although he's bloodthirsty, he's not a reckless person. He might have reached the final bottleneck by challenging Zhang Haoqing this time, and wants to make use of this to break through to the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm. Who would dare to underestimate him just because he has 9 leaves and 9 flowers? Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge gradually understood that a battle was about to commence here. The two parties to the arranged battle were the two peak Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters of the current vast ocean world. Just like Water Crystal Palace's position amongst the 7 pillars of good, the Dragon Slayer sect had always been recognized as the number 1 sect amongst the 6 evil sects. The name of this sect simultaneously offended Water Crystal Palace and the Blood Dragon sect. They could virtually be considered to be mortal enemies. In the ranking of the top 10 martial artists, it was inevitable that some of them had not fought against each other before. The ranking was based on their past comprehensive battle records and the strength they had displayed in actual combat. There would definitely be people who wouldn't accept this. The loser would not accept the outcome of the battle and would train hard for many years in order to wash away the humiliation. Not to mention the fact that they had never fought before, yet they were suppressed by someone else. How many martial artists could endure this? A fierce battle was about to unfold in front of them. Yin Zhaoge blinked, not paying too much attention to it as he just found it interesting that Jiang Xiong of the evil shifting sect whom I killed seemed to be ranked 3rd, right? He smiled and shook his head. He passed through the vortex and arrived above the clearing. On one side is the Spirit Rhino Sea, and on the other is the Flying Turtle Sea. Both are our righteous path's territory. That Li Sheng sure is courageous. He actually dared to challenge us here. Behind him is the bewildering Maze Sea. If an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster wants to kill him, he can just retreat into the bewildering Maze Sea. The Dragon Slayer sect will definitely send experts over as well. The cause of this matter was that a young disciple of the Dragon Slayer sect had a conflict with a young disciple of Water Crystal Palace nearby in the first place, suffering some losses. Knowing that Zhang Haoqing was here, Li Sheng immediately came looking for trouble. As they spoke, they noticed that Yin Zhaoge and Fu Inshu had appeared. At first, they had not paid much attention to it. After all, there were many solitary martial practitioners, and no one would be able to recognize all of them. However, thinking about it carefully, they all felt that Yin Zhaoge looked familiar. This was especially so for the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners who abruptly stared. "It's you." Yin Zhaoge's image of light had naturally been preserved by those who had returned to Spirit Rhino Island back then. With no news of Feng Zhaoong, Yang Chufan, and the others at all, those of Spirit Rhino Island felt that they had most likely already met with a mishap. Over the past few days, Spirit Rhino Island had been searching for Yin Zhaoge everywhere, with the Spirit Rhino Sea being completely under lockdown. Seeing Yin Zhaoge now, they instantly recognized him. Seeing the reactions of the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners, the others gradually realized, could it be that person who killed dark evil Jiang Xiong? Hearing their discussions, Yin Zhaoge's expression remained leisurely as he just glanced at those of Spirit Rhino Island. Seemingly smiling, whilst also not. The other party had indeed not intended to keep it a secret. Having spread the news that he had slaughtered those of the evil shifting sect, the evil shifting sect must have already begun searching for him. As for the matter of Feng Zhaohong and the others, in order to avoid losing face, there was no need to announce it so early on. After all, Spirit Rhino Island still had a bit of hope, as they had yet to see their corpses. Seeing Yin Zhaoga's calm expression, the others were instantly unable to remain calm. That was the dark evil Jiang Xiong, an essence spirit martial grandmaster of the vast ocean world, someone who was likely inferior only to the blue dragon Zhang Haoqing and the heaven-slaying pillar Li Sheng. Without a martial saint or a sacred artifact, the evil shifting sect's reputation could not compare to the Dragon Slayer sect, the sacred evil sect and sole shocking island of the six evil sects. Nor could it compare to Water Crystal Palace, Myriad Sword Pool, and the Blood Dragon sect of the Seven Pillars of Good. But, Dark Fiend, Jiang Xiong was ranked third among the 10 strongest essence spirit martial artists. Moreover, he was extremely young and had great potential to be unearthed. The entire evil shifting sect had high hopes for him. Yet, news from Spirit Rhino Island had spread that such an expert of the senior generation had perished in the hands of youth. How would this not cause the evil shifting sect to go mad, causing the entire vast ocean world to look over? Especially shocking was the fact that, according to the words of Spirit Rhino Island, this youth was a descendant of the sacred evil sect. Of the 7 pillars of good and the 6 evil sects, the most mysterious was the sacred evil sect. They were few in number, but whenever someone appeared, it would shake the heavens and the earth. Their chief, the sacred evil sect, was one of the few martial saint experts of the vast ocean world, being especially mysterious. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners exchanged glances, all feeling their scalps turn numb. Someone secretly sent a sound transmission to the martial practitioners of other sects beside them. He is very likely the new sacred son of the sacred evil sect. Good and evil are irreconcilable. Let's join forces and slay him. Possessing such a powerful cultivation base at such a young age is simply unheard of. Even the sacred evil sect is probably inferior to him. If he is allowed to grow, the consequences in the future would be unimaginable. Due to its geographical location, other than the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners, most of the people here were those of the Spirit Returning sect who ruled over the Flying Turtle Sea. The Spirit Returning sect martial practitioners frowned as they looked at Yin Zhaoga. Are you sure that he used the Blood Ghost Heavenly Talisman? The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner said anxiously, the barrier has already vanished, but it definitely cannot be wrong. Also, while the Blood Ghost Heavenly Talisman is limited with his cultivation base, his position in the Sacred Evil sect is definitely second only to that of the Sacred Evil sect. He definitely has more on him. The Spirit Returning sect martial practitioner smiled bitterly. We originally only came to watch the show, not having the ability to take him down. He glanced lightly at Fu Inshu from the corner of his eye. Moreover, that person beside him, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner, said, later, Water Crystal Palace will definitely send people to suppress Zhang Haoqing. While the Dragon Slayer sect might also come, it is likely that they will not help either side. We have already sent word back that their chief will be arriving very soon. You should also contact the experts of your sect, lest this fella hides back into the bewildering maze sea. Hearing that the chief of Spirit Rhino Island, Fong Can, was coming personally, the expression of this Spirit Returning sect martial practitioner changed slightly as he began considering this seriously. Their exchange of glances fell into the eyes of Yin Zhaoga and Fu Inshu, who asked mildly, "Clear the area?" Yin Zhaoga shrugged, "No need. Anyway, there will still be people from Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect coming over later. And whatever I want to do, they won't be able to stop me. Whether they stay or chase them away, there is no difference at all." Chapter 508. Fu Inshu looked at the surrounding polluted undercurrents and then at Yin Zhaoga, not understanding what Yin Zhaoga wanted to do. Yin Zhaoga smiled, flying into the air as he approached the polluted undercurrents. He extended a palm forward, streams of true essence agglomerating to form a massive vortex. The earth-devouring burner was enveloped by this vortex, merging within the polluted undercurrents which instantly began to fluctuate slightly. Yin Zhaoge did not stop after sending his true essence into the polluted undercurrents. Instead, he shifted the earth-devouring burner with a unique rhythm. Accompanied by his movements, the frequency of the movements of the polluted undercurrents gradually turned from irregular to traceable, nearing that of Yin Zhaoge's shifting of the earth-devouring burner. Seeing this, the surrounding vast ocean world martial practitioners all felt shocked. How is he able to control the polluted undercurrents? Amidst their shock, they all felt perplexed. What exactly is this person doing? Due to the fame of Yin Zhaoge having slain dark, evil Jiang Xiong, no one here dared to approach now, as they could only watch from the side with uncomprehending expressions on their faces. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners looked first at Yin Zhaoge and then at Fu Inshu, similarly not daring to speak, as they even began to retreat stealthily, attempting to leave this place. Fu Inshu's cultivation base was much higher than theirs. Even injured, the vast ocean world martial practitioners present were also very hard-pressed to determine her exact cultivation base. However, she did not conceal her aura at all. They could more or less tell that she was already an essence talisman martial grandmaster expert. Seeing Fu Inshu, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners felt like they had found the reason why Feng Zhaoong had never returned. They wanted to retreat, but were also curious about Yin Zhaoge's current actions. Gazing carefully, they saw that the massive vortex formed of the polluted undercurrents was growing more and more unstable as it shook intensely within the Great Sea, resembling a tall building on the verge of collapse. The surrounding seawater was also roiling unceasingly, the undercurrents surging beneath the surface of the sea as great waves rose and fell on the surface of the sea. Looking down from above the sea, one would be able to see that the area where the three seas intersected, which had already not been peaceful in the first place, was currently surging with turbid waves that surged to the heavens. Beneath the sea, Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm, but his gaze was very focused as he observed the changes of the polluted undercurrents before him, whilst recalling the special technique within his mind. True essence swept up the earth-devouring burner, moving in and out of the polluted undercurrent. Even now, this thing was still extremely mysterious. Yin Zhaoge was still unable to wield it of his own accord. As Yin Zhaoge's cultivation increased day by day, unceasingly analyzing and researching this treasure, he discovered that this thing was very likely incomplete, actually being a portion of a complete treasure that had been split apart. However, this earth-devouring burner was still marvelous. When some kind of power attacked it, it would unleash that marvelous devouring power. Things were dead while people were alive. While the power of the earth-devouring burner was very passive, Yin Zhaoge had always been attempting to turn it into an active one. The polluted undercurrents converged, continuously crashing into the people and objects that entered. When the earth-devouring burner entered, it would be attacked by the deep pollution undercurrent. At that time, the power of the deep pollution undercurrent would be devoured by the earth-devouring burner. Yin Zhaoge sent the earth-devouring burner in for a moment before retrieving it and sending it in again. The polluted undercurrents, which were already unstable to begin with, were constantly changing in strength. Gradually, through controlling the frequency at which the earth-devouring burner entered, Yin Zhaoge began grasping the frequency at which the polluted undercurrents fluctuated in strength. Yin Zhaoge calmed himself down, persisting in this. As time passed, the changes in the polluted undercurrents also gradually expanded from a rather small area before him to encompass the entire region of the vast region of sea, until finally the vast polluted undercurrents in the vicinity were all undergoing the same changes. Watching this from the side, Fu Inshu's gaze flickered slightly. The undercurrents of the three seas are all congregated here, pressing and merging together to form this polluted undercurrent. Wanting to change the rhythm of its pulsation, just relying on strength alone would require twice the effort for half the result. Zhaoga's movements have their own unique rhythm within, thus achieving twice the result with half the effort. The rhythm of the entire polluted undercurrent has changed. It is just that with such a change, what would be the result of its current rhythm? As Fu Inshu was thinking, her eyes suddenly lit up. At the bottom of the polluted whirlpool formed of the undercurrents of the three seas, light was actually gradually lighting up. That light was gentle yet not blazing, bright yet not piercing to the eyes, as it instead caused one to feel joyful and tranquil upon seeing it. Gradually, amidst this gentle light, droplets that resembled raindrops formed, landing in the surrounding seawater and sprinkling about, not merging with the surrounding seawater as they looked exceptionally distinct, resembling oil dripping into water. Those droplets that resembled raindrops were clear and bright, clear and gentle. While they were small, they were exceptionally eye-catching amidst the dim darkness of the sea. The surrounding vast ocean world martial practitioners discovered this strange change as well, all feeling greatly astonished. Some closed their eyes, carefully feeling the spiritual chi contained within those droplets. Sniffing lightly, they could even smell a faint fragrance that caused their hearts to relax and their spirits to be refreshed. Everyone exchanged looks, only feeling that it was not just the whirlpool formed of the polluted undercurrents up above. Even the surrounding seawater that was not polluted seemed unclean in comparison to these water droplets as well. Those water droplets seemed to be the cleanest existence in this world, as all other streams of water appeared turbid and dirty before them. Fu Inshu was rather taken aback. Sweet pouring raindrops? Yin Zhaoga smiled. Compared to true sweet pouring raindrops, is still quite lacking. Still, with our current conditions, it is already very hard to come by. Looking at those clean and clear water droplets as well, Fu Inshu clicked her tongue in wonder. Sweet pouring raindrops were treasures that had existed before the Great Calamity. Fu Inshu did not know whether they existed elsewhere after the Great Calamity, but they did not exist in the Eight Extremities world, as they had already become legendary objects recorded in ancient texts. The purest sweet pouring raindrops of legend were the bane of all filthy and evil things, being able to cleanse all filthy and filthy things under the heavens, even having a suppressive effect on the 9 underworld's devils. Other than that, it was rumored that the sweet pouring raindrops had other unique, miraculous uses that were worthy of praise. It was just that Fu Inshu had not thought that she would actually see them here today. Yin Zhaoga smiled. Even before the Great Calamity, sweet pouring raindrops were also extremely rare. With too many wolves and not enough meat, what to be done then? Some experts researched out a method to turn something rotten into something miraculous, creating peace amidst the filth as they used the polluted undercurrents to create the sweet pouring raindrops. While there was some difference in quality, it was still a great feat. When I saw it earlier, I only took it to be the work of an eccentric person, not taking it to heart. After all, not just the sweet pouring raindrops, even the polluted undercurrents could not be seen. Never would I have thought that there would actually be a polluted undercurrent in this vast ocean world. Hearing this news in the bewildering maze sea, I immediately rushed over here. Amidst his words, those sweet pouring raindrops increased in quantity, unceasingly congregating, condensing yet not dispersing as a thin, clear stream actually gradually formed at the bottom of the sea. Looking at that clear stream that resembled a white line at the bottom of the sea, Fu Inshu sighed in admiration as she asked, "Still, what do you intend to do with this thing?" Chapter 509. Yin Zhaoga was similarly gazing at that clear stream of water. Hearing Fu Inshu's question, Yin Zhaoga smiled slightly. For the things I obtained in the bewildering maze sea to be of use as soon as possible, it will all depend on these sweet pouring raindrops. As he said this, Yin Zhaoga's movements did not cease as he was still unceasingly stirring up the undercurrents of the deep sea. In the end, the dirty flow gradually receded, and the undercurrents of the three seas converged and merged into a faint glowing whirlpool. At the bottom of the whirlpool, the sweet pouring raindrops turned into a gurgling stream that flowed quietly on the seabed, extending into the distance. Even though Yin Zhaoge had kept the earth-devouring burner, no longer stirring the great sea, this water vein still continued to flow. Fu Inshu stared at the water vein formed by the sweet pouring raindrops, and her heart jolted slightly. The direction of the flow of this water vein seems to be stuck at the boundary between the Spirit Rhino Sea and the Flying Turtle Sea. Looking first at the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners and then at the Spirit Returning Sect martial practitioners on the other side, she asked Yin Zhaoge, "You scoundrel, setting a trap for someone else again?" Yin Zhaoge's expression turned serious. "Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu, what are you saying? I have a use for this water vein now, but it will be fine after I am done with it. This is formed due to the geography and environment of this place, and I can't take it with me. Leaving it here can also be considered as benefiting others, not having come to this vast ocean world in vain." Fu Inshu shot him a sidelong glance as Yin Zhaoge chuckled, saying that I am a descendant of some sacred evil sect. That Spirit Rhino Island is just saying it. This water vein is actually here. Would the Spirit Returning Sect give it to Spirit Rhino Island? Yin Zhaoge said, "From what I know, the mainstream artifact forging technique of the vast ocean world is the quenching of refined copper. This sweet pouring rain dew is very beneficial to it. However, the water veins that originate from the confluence of the three seas cannot be separated. If one wishes to draw water from within, a special container would be required. Otherwise, they would not be able to bring it away even if they wanted to. I have previously inquired about it, and there is no such thing in the vast ocean world. The people here can only come to the water vein if they want to use it." Fu Inshu frowned slightly. "The two families can also reach an agreement to share a water vein. According to your words, this sweet pouring raindrops can raise the artifact forging standards of Spirit Rhino Island and the Spirit Returning Sect. This will allow them to gradually grow stronger, which will instead be beneficial to Spirit Rhino Island." Yin Zhaoge nodded. "While that is true, the actual situation might not be so ideal. It's common for two villages to fight over a water source in the countryside. No one would easily let go of a resource that's stuck at the border. A win-win situation is a better choice, but as long as there is a chance, people will always want to monopolize it." The corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly. "Moreover, when I enter the water later, a great amount of its essence will be consumed. After I use it, the remaining part will gradually lose its power. Unless I do it again, after a certain period of time, the clear stream will gradually dry up and degenerate back into the dirty stream. However, that period of time was already sufficient for the Spirit Rhino Island and the Spirit Returning Sect to clash. Even if the remaining portion of that period of time fell into the hands of the Spirit Rhino Island, it would still not be enough for them to make a huge leap forward." Fu Inshu shook her head and laughed. "You're full of evil tricks." Yin Zhaoge coughed dryly. "Senior Apprentice Aunt, I am a righteous person." Looking at that clear stream, the nearby vast ocean world martial practitioners were all somewhat spellbound for a time. Whether it was the 7 pillars of good or the 6 evil sects, they were all great sects with long histories and legacies. Like Broad Creed Mountain, Infinite Boundless Mountain, and the Sacred Sun Clan of the 8 Extremities world, they had all unearthed the legacies of their predecessors from before the Great Calamity, combining it with their own comprehensions to finally open up a new path. These great sects all possessed extraordinary knowledge and experience as they diligently unearthed the legacies and legacies of their predecessors, gathering all sorts of information on before the Great Calamity. While they had not personally seen the sweet pouring raindrops before, the various sects of the vast ocean world had more or less heard of their unique characteristics and miraculous uses. Seeing Yin Zhaoge actually turn the sea into sweet pouring raindrops at this moment, everyone felt greatly shocked. Meanwhile, after carefully seeing the direction of the water vein, the people of Spirit Rhino Island and the Spirit Returning Sect were all shocked. Their thoughts inevitably surged. If they could possess this water vein for a long period of time, the increase in their strength would be obvious. Generally speaking, the closer the various sects were to each other, the more conflicts there would be. Being neighbors, it was easier for conflicts to arise. Of the 7 pillars of good, it was not without reason that Spirit Rhino Island was close to Myriad Sword Pool, and the Spirit Returning Sect was close to Water Crystal Palace. The Spirit Rhino Sea and the Flying Turtle Sea were neighbors, and the relationship between Spirit Rhino Island and the Spirit Returning Sect had never been very harmonious. It could even be said that these 2 powers had enmity with each other. When there was no longer the threat of the 6 evil sects, there was no lack of conflict between them. Now that such a water vein had appeared on the border of the 2 seas, it was inevitable that many thoughts would arise between the 2 sides. Exchanging glances, they seemed to be able to see the same thing in each other's gazes. This could very well be a scheme of the Sacred Evil Sect, sowing discord. Let's not let the evil devils see us as a joke. The Spirit Rhino Island Martial Practitioner laughed towards the heavens. The Spirit Returning Sect Martial Practitioner laughed dryly. That is only natural. It was just that only they themselves knew what they were thinking. This was especially so for those of the Spirit Returning Sect. Looking first at Yin Zhaoge and Fu Inshu, then looking at those of Spirit Rhino Island, they could not help but mutter to themselves. Whether or not Yin Zhaoge and the others were descendants of the Sacred Evil Sect of the 6 evil sects was still something that could not be completely confirmed. This was just Spirit Rhino Island's side of the story. Perhaps they were experts from beyond the seas who Spirit Rhino Island had a grudge with, but wanted to drag others along with them. The Spirit Returning Sect martial practitioners gradually came up with a plan. With Yin Zhaoge and the others clashing with Spirit Rhino Island, the other side just happened to not have the strength to contend for the sweet pouring raindew water vein with them. Seeing the flickering gazes of the Spirit Returning Sect martial practitioners, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners could not help but curse inwardly. However, they also had their own wishful thinking. Their island chief Fong, having immediately rushed over upon receiving the news, he would definitely arrive faster than the unprepared chief of the Spirit Returning Sect. At that time, after taking care of Yin Zhaoge and Fu Inshu, their Spirit Rhino Island would also gain the initiative here at the sweet pouring raindew water vein. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, they thought hatefully, "I'll let you be arrogant for a while." Yin Zhaoge was currently not concerned about what the Spirit Returning Sect and Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were thinking as he nodded towards Fu Inshu, Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu. "Please wait a moment." Fu Inshu said, "Go ahead and do it. Although I am injured, I can still protect you." Yin Zhaoge smiled. "It's fine. I won't need long." Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge's figure flickered, his entire person seeming to transform into a streak of light as he merged within that clear stream of water that was clearly divided within the seawater. Entering the water, with the sweet pouring raindrops on his body, Yin Zhaoge also felt refreshed. Releasing the shadow's shrinking pouch, he moved the pillar of the divine palace away. The stone statue he had obtained from the bewildering maze sea's barrier instantly flew out. Streams of clear chi flew out from the acupoints of Yin Zhaoge's entire body, infusing into the various corresponding acupoints on the body of that stone statue. At the same time, the sweet pouring raindrops were also enveloped within the clear chi, flowing into the stone statue together. The stone statue trembled slightly. As time passed, the surface of the stone statue gradually cracked, revealing a jade-like luster. To be continued. Chapter 510. Yin Zhaoge transformed into a streak of light, merging within the clear current formed of the sweet pouring raindrops, instantly vanishing without a trace. Everyone present was taken aback. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners had initially thought that Yin Zhaoge had made use of the power of the water vein to sneak away. However, seeing Fu Inshu remain unmoving where she was, they denied their earlier guess. Carefully observing that clear current, they could vaguely see 2 figures within. 2 figures? The group of people looked at each other in dismay and were somewhat puzzled. The water formed of the sweet pouring raindrops was clear and transparent, incomparably clean. However, Those two figures seemed to have completely transformed into streaks of light, as only their outlines could be seen amidst the water, not their exact features. Looking at the sweet pouring raindrops, the vast ocean world martial practitioners were greatly tempted, yet dared not approach. Let alone Yin Zhaoga's situation being unclear within the water, they were also helpless against Fu Inshu, who stood by the side, not daring to act rashly. As time passed, the vortex that flickered with radiance up above still unceasingly formed the sweet pouring raindrops, while the two figures within the water vein grew increasingly blurry. After who knew how long, before the vast ocean world martial practitioners could react, Fu Inshu's eyes first twitched slightly. She gazed into the distance, feeling the spiritual qi flow of the sea over there. After a long time, the vast ocean world martial practitioners who were waiting here all felt the changes in that direction as well. The spirit returning sect martial practitioners were the first to reveal looks of joy. While the spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were less joyful, they all revealed looks of relief on their faces as well. The martial practitioners of the other powers and those of the forces of good all revealed looks of joy on their faces, while those who were close to the forces of evil had obscure expressions on their faces. The solitary martial practitioners were all excited because the show that they had all been anticipating was finally about to officially begin. In the distance, the seawater surged, undercurrents surging and waves roiling as a few massive beings could vaguely be seen approaching. When they could clearly be seen, there were several massive scaly dragons, their scales either black or blue. As their scales pulsed, an extremely vigorous, majestic power of qi and blood emanated from their bodies. At the head of the group was a crimson flood dragon. Its body seemed to glow with fire, and as it leaped about in the depths of the sea, it was a dazzling sight. What caused the vast ocean world martial practitioners who had come to spectate the battle to feel pressured was that these massive scaly dragons were all equivalent to martial experts, and experts who had reached the level of essence spirit martial grandmasters at that. The other party did not need to send many people. Just this group of flood dragons was a force to be reckoned with. 1 red, 4 black, and 4 blue. The 9 flood dragons lined up and advanced side by side. They broke through the waves and arrived at the deep sea corridor. Not looking at anything else, just looking at those 9 massive flood dragons, all the vast ocean world martial practitioners present knew the identity of the newcomer. One of the 7 pillars of good, water, crystal palace. On the backs of the 9 flood dragons sat cultivators dressed in ocean blue robes. There were both men and women. Fu Inshu's gaze did not look at anyone else, only looking at an old man on the back of that scarlet serpent. That old man was the Grand Elder of Water Crystal Palace who was leading the team this time, a veteran martial grandmaster expert. The old man stood there like a blue ocean. It was as if he was boundless and immeasurable, making it difficult to fathom his depth. Seeing this old man, many of the spectators bowed towards him. "Greetings, Elder Dong." Elder Dong nodded slightly, seeming to sense something as he gazed towards Fu Inshu as well. Feeling that she looked very unfamiliar, he could not help but knit his brows slightly. Fu Inshu then looked at the blue-robed man beside that Elder Dong. His long hair was completely ocean blue as well, his expression calm. This person was naturally one of the contenders for today's battle, the blue dragon Zhang Haoqing, who hailed from Water Crystal Palace and was currently ranked first amongst the top 10 essence spirit experts of the vast ocean world. On the backs of the other scaly dragons were other Water Crystal Palace martial practitioners. Amongst them were youngsters with comparatively lower cultivation bases who had been brought along by their seniors to broaden their horizons. With Fu Inshu's cultivation base, she too appraised Zhang Haoqing carefully. Late Essence Spirit Stage 9, leaves blossoming 9 flowers. Even in the 8 extremities world, such figures were few and far between. The number of manifested spirit flowers displayed a martial practitioner's current strength to a certain extent, at the same time also displaying their future potential. Of course, their current strength and hidden potential did not mean that they would definitely be superior to others in the future. Still, as compared to martial practitioners with 8 leaves blossoming 8 flowers or 9 leaves blossoming 8 flowers, Zhang Haoqing with 9 leaves blossoming 9 flowers had a higher starting point, his chances of success being greater. Him currently occupying the throne of first amongst the top 10 essence spirit experts was already proof of this. Fu Inshu appraised Zhang Haoqing for a moment before retracting her gaze, looking in the direction of the bewildering maze sea. That Water Crystal Palace's elder Dong looked curiously at the sweet pouring raindrops and Fu Inshu before also gazing in the direction of the bewildering maze sea. After a moment, a piercing killing intent emanated from the direction of the bewildering maze sea. The formless saber intent broke apart the seawater, a crevice directly splitting open within the great sea as the seawater parted to the sides, a path appearing in the middle. A group of black-clothed martial practitioners walked over from the distance, their terrifying auras seemingly transforming into a formless, massive blade that opened up a path before them. Only after they had passed did the seawater close up once more, regaining its original state. The people of the Dragon Slayer sect have come as well. The people of Good Present all felt solemn, while the devil martial practitioners felt exhilarated. The leader of the black-clothed group was a black-clothed, middle-aged man who had a long beard and a saber by his waist, his aura not any weaker than that of Water Crystal Palace's elder Dong in the slightest. Beside him was a tall, black-clothed martial practitioner. Seeing this person, Zhang Haoqing nodded mildly, Li Sheng. The tall, black-clothed martial practitioner was the heaven-slaying pillar, Li Sheng, who had challenged Zhang Haoqing to a battle today, the current second-rank figure amongst the top 10 essence spirit experts of the vast ocean world. Beside Li Sheng were similarly many Dragon Slayer sect martial practitioners. While there were conflicts between good and evil in the vast ocean world from time to time, the current situation was relatively mild. However, a battle between experts on the level of Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng was not something to be trifled with. Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect both viewed it with great importance, their respective longtime experts holding down the fort. The gazes of the Dragon Slayer sect martial practitioners that looked at Li Sheng were filled with confidence. Led by their clan's longtime elder, the group of Dragon Slayer sect martial practitioners halted, while Li Sheng continued to advance, surpassing them. As Li Sheng advanced, numerous black saber lights surged around him, flickering amid space. Wherever the saber lights passed, the scenes at the bottom of the sea seemed to shatter, appearing exceptionally terrifying. Boundless killing intent and viciousness caused everyone present to feel like they were about to suffocate. Looking at that terrifying saber light, everyone simultaneously inhaled a breath of cold air. No wonder he challenged Zhang Haoqing. So he has already mastered the 6th saber of the 7 Seas dragon-slaying saber, the shattering annihilation saber. The supreme martial art of the Dragon Slayer sect, the 7 Seas dragon-slaying saber, was rumored to have a total of 7 sabers, the final one of which could only be mastered by martial saints. It was with this final saber that the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect had rampaged the 7 seas, slaughtering all life forms. In the great battle that year, he had even relied on this saber to suppress the Palace Lord of Water Crystal Palace, being acclaimed as the #1 expert of the vast ocean world. Other than this final saber, the strongest saber of the 7 Seas dragon-slaying saber was the 6th saber. It had always been believed that only Essence Talisman martial grandmasters could master it. However, Li Sheng, who was clearly still at the late Essence Spirit stage, had mastered this saber, virtually cheating in a battle against those below the Essence Talisman stage. Everyone could not help but feel shocked. Looking at Li Sheng, Zhang Haoqing took out an item. Seeing this, Li Sheng's pupils instantly dilated slightly. To be continued. Chapter 511. Seeing that Li Sheng had successfully mastered the 6th saber of the 7 Seas dragon-slaying saber, the shattering annihilation saber, even the expression of Water Crystal Palace's elder Dong turned solemn and serious. Both sides could be considered to have come to know each other's strength. The people of Water Crystal Palace were well aware of what this saber entailed. The Water Crystal Palace martial practitioners who had followed Zhang Haoqing here, Elder Dong included, when they were at the late Essence Spirit stage, felt that they would be doomed if they were to face the current Li Sheng. While he was still at the late Essence Spirit stage, he was a truly powerful opponent. Let alone the current top 10 Essence Spirit experts. Even if it had been the top 10 Essence Spirit experts of any era of the vast ocean world, the current Li Sheng would be a strong contender for first place. Still, while the people of Water Crystal Palace were shocked, they were not worried. Facing Li Sheng, Zhang Haoqing slowly took out an item. Everyone present who knew the origin of the item immediately paled. It was not forbidden for weapons and treasures to be used in battle. Therefore, if Zhang Haoqing were to take out a powerful treasure now, no one would actually be too surprised. At most, they would say that he was lacking in confidence when facing Li Sheng. However, what Zhang Haoqing had taken out now was a sword. Everyone knew that Water Crystal Palace did not cultivate in the Tao of the sword. It was not that Zhang Haoqing had secretly learnt some supreme sword art through a fortuitous encounter. He indeed did not use the sword. This sword was his spoil of battle. A mid-grade spirit artifact was not especially precious to major sects like the 7 Pillars of Good and the 6 Evil Sects. However, those who recognized this spirit artifact all knew that the original owner of the sword, the sea-flipping owl Lung Kun, was a rather famous expert among solitary practitioners, an early Essence Talisman martial grandmaster. There were lawless fugitives everywhere who did not care about their opponent's background, only seeking to enjoy themselves before them. Lung Kun was one of the best amongst them. To a martial practitioner like Lung Kun, as long as the sword was so, was the person. And now that his accompanying weapon had fallen into Zhang Haoqing's hands, the result was obvious. It was said that the higher one's cultivation base, the smaller the gap between martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, the greater the gap between martial practitioners of different cultivation levels. However, there would always be a few amongst the few, geniuses amongst geniuses, experts amongst experts, who had the ability to surpass the norm. Whether it was Zhang Haoqing or Li Sheng, they were both such figures. Of the current top 10 strongest Essence Spirit martial artists, there had always been a clear gap between the two of them and the others from the third place onwards. But even so, the fact that Zhang Haoqing was able to kill the early Essence Talisman stage Lung Kun with his late Essence Spirit cultivation still left everyone shocked. After all, the difficulty of killing an opponent and seizing their weapon was different from simply defeating them. Even though Lung Kun was a solitary practitioner, and his foundation was not as solid as that of martial arts sacred grounds like Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect, he was still an Essence Talisman martial grandmaster through and through. Li Walta Lung Li, Li Cloud Li Li Long Chun That Long, Chun Chun, Li Li Zhang Li Chifeng, Li Zhang Kama. Chenhua was indeed shocking for him to be able to cultivate a supreme martial art that others could not. In terms of actual combat, solid battle results were still the most convincing. Even the Dragon Slayer sect martial practitioners had solemn expressions on their faces as they sighed unwillingly. As expected of the number, one of the 10 strongest Essence Spirit martial practitioners. As soon as the two sides had appeared, the atmosphere had already reached a fever pitch. The spirits of the other martial practitioners present were greatly boosted as well. It was not that there were no battles between martial practitioners who were stronger than Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng. However, it was rather rare for the first and second ranked of the 10 strongest Essence Spirit martial practitioners to have a direct battle, perhaps even a battle to the death. It would not be difficult for those with higher cultivation bases to defeat Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng. However, at the level of Essence Spirit martial grandmasters, the battle before them virtually signified the pinnacle of competition. Especially when the two were both 9 leaves blossoming 9 flowers, and were respectively from the 2 great martial arts sacred grounds of Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect, it made this battle even more so. Even Fu Enshu was extremely interested. However, as she stood there, the experts of Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect all turned to look at her. The polluted undercurrents of the deep-sea corridor, where the three seas intersected in the past, had disappeared, and the sweet pouring raindrops that they had never seen before had actually appeared instead caused their hearts to pound. Within the water vein formed of the sweet pouring raindrops, those two indistinct figures also attracted their attention. While the attention of Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng was primarily focused on their opponents, they could not help but pay attention to the unexpected situation before them. Some martial practitioners who were familiar with them hurriedly came forward to explain the situation. Hearing their words, the martial practitioners of Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayers sect all frowned. The leader of Water Crystal Palace, Elder Dong, looked at Fu Inshu, asking in a heavy tone, "Are you of the Sacred Evil sect?" Fu Inshu's expression was indifferent. "I just heard of this sect from the mouths of others a few days ago." Elder Dong and the others all frowned as they pondered. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner hurriedly saying, "That youth who was together with her broke through the powerful barrier of the bewildering Maze Sea with the blood ghost heavenly talisman of the Sacred Evil sect. Our clan's senior apprentice Uncle Fong personally confirmed it. It cannot be wrong." Hearing their words, Fu Inshu was not angered as she just smiled. Elder Dong asked, "Are you talking about Fong Zhaohong? Where is he?" That Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner pursed his lips. It was precisely because senior apprentice Uncle Fong discovered that the youth had given himself away that he was silenced by these demons of the Sacred Evil sect. "Senior apprentice Uncle Yu, what should we do?" A Dragon Slayer sect martial practitioner approached the leading elder, asking him quietly. The leading elder of the Dragon Slayer sect shook his head. "Wait and see." The Sacred Evil sect was mysterious and strange. While it was one of the 6 evil sects, the other evil sects were extremely wary of it as well. Li Sheng spoke for the first time since having appeared, his voice cold as a saber. "Killing a Jiang Xiong does not count for much." Zhang Haoqing gazed at the figure within the water vein formed of the sweet, pouring raindrops as he said, "But it is said that he is only in his 20s. Li Sheng said coldly, "I do not care whether he is of the Sacred Evil sect or not. I have come here to battle with you, to see who is the true number 1 expert of the vast ocean world of the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster realm. After battling with you, if I do not die, I will naturally have to meet him." Zhang Haoqing said, "Being able to kill Jiang Xiong already proves that he has the qualifications to battle with you and me. I have actually never heard of such a person before. I would like to exchange blows with him first." Li Sheng's expression turned cold. Zhang Haoqing continued, "His presence here will also affect our battle. The 3 of us should be the strongest of the vast ocean world's Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters, right? There is no need to trouble the long-time elders of the Essence Talisman stage, just exchanging pointers with each other." His voice was condensed with his true essence as he sent it towards the water vein formed of the sweet, pouring raindrops. "What do you say?" Before his words had landed, a light laugh suddenly resounded from within the water vein. "Are you sure that you have come here to seek abuse? Why bother?" The next moment, lights surged from within the water vein, flickering unceasingly as Yin Zhaoga's figure slowly rose up amidst the radiance. Li Sheng was greatly enraged upon hearing his words. Zhang Haoqing knit his brows as well, gazing over, yet both of them were rendered dazed on the spot. Everyone present was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. A silhouette surfaced above Yin Zhaoga's head, 10 spirit leaves appearing, a spirit flower swaying above each of them. To be continued. Chapter 512. The vast ocean world martial practitioners were all rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers. To the people here, this was a scene that only existed in legends. Ever since the Great Calamity, such a thing had never appeared in the vast ocean world. Even the great 1,000 worlds of pre-Great Calamity times, 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers martial practitioners had also been legendary existences. Seeing this scene, Fu Inshu was also taken aback. In the entire history of the 8 extremities world of post-Great Calamity times, other than Yendi, he is the second. Thinking carefully, she discovered that even compared to Yendi, Yin Zhaoge was also so different. While the runes inscribed on Yendi's 10 leaves and 10 flowers were profound and indiscernible, they were all clear and distinct. Meanwhile, Yin Zhaoge's 10th leaf and 10th flower manifested the phenomenon of chaos, even deeper and more profound. Looking at Yin Zhaoge now, the vast ocean world martial practitioners even felt a fear towards the unknown arising within their hearts. This was especially so for the martial practitioners other than Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng. Looking first at Yin Zhaoge and then at Zhang and Li, their hearts were all unsettled. 9 leaves blossoming, 9 flowers martial practitioners are already so powerful, presiding arrogantly over all others of the same generation. Then, what kind of existence would 10 leaves blossoming, 10 flowers martial practitioners be? Regaining their wits, Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng's gazes simultaneously turned blazing hot as they looked at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge's current expression was calm, like a clear stream formed of raindrops, no ripples visible at all. In coming to this deep-sea corridor, I have my own matters to attend to. Before coming here, I did not know about the arranged battle between the two of you. Yin Zhaoge spread his hands apart, smiling. Even now, I have no intention of interfering in your battle. If you want to contend for the #1 position among Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters, you can just fight your own battles. Why come looking for me? Zhang Haoqing said mildly, yet you are currently in the deep-sea corridor where we are about to duel. Yin Zhaoge smiled. I am indeed just passing by, staying here temporarily. After I have completed my matters, I will naturally leave. Not having completed my matters, it would not be good for me to leave. But the truth is, me staying in this water vein will not affect your fight. If you really want to decide who is the #1 origin spirit, you can fight on your own. It doesn't matter if I'm here or not. Li Sheng took a step forward, and the saber light around him retracted completely. However, the baleful aura and killing intent around him became even sharper and more resolute. I underestimated you earlier. I didn't expect you to have such a deep foundation. However, the 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers technique might not necessarily be able to defeat my 9 leaves blossoming 9 flowers technique. I wanted to make a move just now because you were in the way. But now, compared to Zhang Haoqing, I want to fight you more. Yin Zhaoge blinked. Why bother? There's actually no true enmity or conflict between the two of us. Instead, I'm a little interested in watching this arranged battle of yours from the sidelines. He was indeed interested in watching the battle between Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng from the sidelines. The fact that the two sides were not lacking in strength was just one aspect of it. The key was that such a scene had evoked some distant memories of Yin Zhaoge's, causing him to erupt with a little mischievous interest. The night of the bright moon, the decisive battle at the summit of the Forbidden City, or something like that. How stylish, how flashy. He too wanted to have the chance to participate in such an incomparable battle that would be the focus of the entire world's attention. His gaze moving between Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng, Yin Zhaoge said rather excitedly, "There is no first place in the arts, no second place in the martial arts. The top 2 of the 10 strongest Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters have never clashed with each other before, their rankings having always been determined by others and having always been disputed. Now, we finally have a chance to clash. The victor of this decisive battle in the deep-sea corridor will be the indisputable #1 expert of the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters. From then on, there will no longer be any dispute, the title fully deserving of it. Both of you belong to good and evil. In this battle, you will be able to bring out the momentum of your side, seeing whether it is evil that cannot triumph over good, or the Tao that declines, the devils that grow. If the results of this battle are spread, it will definitely become a legendary story of the vast ocean world. From what I can see, your strength is indeed not bad. If you do not die young, you will definitely become legendary hegemons of these heavens and earth in the future. Today's battle will also become a part of your legend." Yin Zhaoge spread his hands apart, smiling. Such a good thing. What need is there to complicate matters? Li Sheng strode forward once more, his sharp saber chi beginning to lock onto Yin Zhaoge. "Not battling with you. How can I be considered number one? However, just as his saber chi locked onto Yin Zhaoga's movements, Yin Zhaoga's gaze abruptly lit up, piercing his eyes to the point of pain. Yin Zhaoga said calmly, "Honestly speaking, your reactions have caused me to think even more highly of you. Martial practitioners are all unconvinced of others, let alone an opponent at the same cultivation level. Who is stronger and who is weaker can only be decided after fighting. It is only normal that you are unconvinced of me. But you seem to have misunderstood something." Amidst his words, the silhouette of the spirit flower above Yin Zhaoga's head swayed, the profound runes gradually showing signs emerging. Everyone was simultaneously taken aback. This is the sign of him forming his own true essence talisman, becoming an essence talisman martial grandmaster. Raising his head to look at the silhouetted spirit leaf and flower above his head, Yin Zhaoga said mildly, "Manifesting the spirit flower and spirit leaf is not because I want to fight. Instead, it is because I am about to make a breakthrough in my cultivation level. Looking at the two of you exchanging blows, I am a little interested. Personally, exchanging blows with the two of you, I am not that interested. You actually don't have to care about me, because I will soon no longer be an essence spirit martial grandmaster. Even without battling with me, you will still be able to determine the number one essence spirit martial grandmaster." Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng both felt suffocated. Looking at the rather dazed Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng, Yin Zhaoga smiled. "I am someone who generally doesn't do things like pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Occasionally, I might play around with it, but most of the time, I wouldn't do it. The wolf wants to eat the tiger, pretending to be a pig, causing the tiger to be careless. This is very normal. The dragon wants to eat the tiger. Why must one pretend to be a pig?" His tone was mild, but everyone present felt a chill in their hearts upon hearing it. Zhang Haoqing was silent for a moment before he finally strode forward, saying in a heavy tone, "Water Crystal Palace's Zhang Haoqing. Please guide me." Li Sheng sucked in a deep breath, a brilliant light erupting from his eyes. "I heard that your name is Yin Zhaoga? Surnamed Yin, there is enmity between us now. This Li wants to stop you from becoming an essence talisman martial grandmaster. The enmity of obstructing one's Tao is akin to killing one's parents." Li Sheng roared explosively. "With such great enmity, it should be enough for you to fight, right?" Looking at Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng, Yin Zhaoga instead revealed a look of admiration within his gaze. The merging of the runes above his head shockingly came to a temporary halt. Nodding approvingly, Yin Zhaoga extended his hand and made a pleased gesture towards the two. "Your hearts towards a martial Tao are resolute and pure. Good, let's have a match then." While he was clearly much younger than Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng, currently also at the late essence spirit stage, looking at Yin Zhaoga at this moment, everyone could not help but feel as though they were looking at a great mountain. Water Crystal Palace's Elder Dong and the Dragon Slayer sect's Elder Yu were both longtime martial grandmaster experts at the essence talisman martial grandmaster level. Initially, they had also been vaguely angered by Yin Zhaoga's words and actions, only having not made a move due to Fu Enchu's existence. Now, however, their expressions had all turned grave to the extreme as they looked at the temporarily merging runes above Yin Zhaoga's head. Breaking through to the next cultivation level was done in a single spurt. Many times, luck and fortuitous encounters were even more important. However, who had ever been like Yin Zhaoga, breaking through on a whim, halting on a whim? Yin Zhaoga's halting did not mean that he had failed, nor did it mean that he had given up on the chance before him. Instead, as long as he was willing, he could continue at any time. Wielding something heavy as though it were light like this, how could it still be measured by the late essence spirit stage? Looking at Yin Zhaoga, even essence talisman martial grandmasters like Elder Dong and the others felt a deep, unfathomable shock well up within their hearts. To be continued. Chapter 5:13. The battle between Zhang and Li had attracted many people to spectate. While Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng were essence spirit martial grandmasters, they were both famed outside. Their battle was a major event of the vast ocean world that was neither major nor minor. Other than their seniors, There were even other Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters present. It was just that these people had arrived a little later, basically arriving together with the people of Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect. However, they had really not been able to estimate that such a change would actually occur in this battle. Looking at the calm Yin Zhaoge who sat unmoving amidst the light of water, many guesses arose within everyone's hearts as they discussed spiritedly. Even if he really is a descendant of the Sacred Evil sect, he is probably the strongest sacred son in the history of the Sacred Evil sect. While 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers might not represent invincibility, looking at how he wields something heavy as though it were light, Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng might really not be his match. How long do you think Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng can last? It's hard to say. Still, they should be able to force out some information from him. The two of them might have a chance of victory if they join forces, but they would definitely not be willing to do so. This is only natural. While the bystanders discussed, the expressions of Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng both turned calm and focused, casting aside all distracting thoughts as they stabilized their minds. The comparatively calm and silent Zhang Haoqing made the first move at this moment. A silhouette flickered above his head, 9 spirit flowers appearing, runes inscribed within the deep sea as they shook the surrounding area. The next moment, Zhang Haoqing bowed slightly before straightening again, vanishing from the spot. Yin Zhaoge saw a streak of water-blue light penetrating through the deep sea, resembling a light dragon as it lunged over towards him. The flowing light change of Water Crystal Palace's supreme martial art, the 6 dragon form transformations, was executed by Zhang Haoqing, its essence being displayed to the point of perfection. Seeing Zhang Haoqing make a move, Li Sheng halted, his heart rather heavy. At the very least, Zhang Haoqing was indeed superior to him somewhat in terms of mental state. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm as he looked at the water-blue light dragon assaulting over towards him, able to feel the surrounding sea roaring and shaking as well. At this moment, Zhang Haoqing seemed to have transformed into the Lord of the Sea as with a single move, the great sea shook, destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth. The surrounding space seemed to have solidified, infinite seawater condensing, its essence chi abundant to the point of resembling steel as it pressured over towards Yin Zhaoge. There was a force pressing down on him from all directions. There was nowhere to retreat, nowhere to hide. At this moment, the seawater transformed into countless light dragons that spread out in every direction and attacked him together. All the spectators wore solemn expressions. The moment an expert made a move, one would know whether or not he was an expert. Facing Yin Zhaoge, Zhang Haoqing went all out. With a simple first move, he displayed all of his power, telling everyone why he could be ranked first amongst the current top 10 Essence Spirit experts, why he could surpass cultivation levels and slay the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster Lung Kuan. Every single one of the vast ocean world martial practitioners present, even the Dragon Slayer sect's Elder Yu, felt that they might not be able to defeat Zhang Haoqing at the early Essence Talisman stage. Fu Inshu's gaze similarly flickered with a strange light as she now had a direct understanding of the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world, not underestimating them in the slightest. Even placed in the 8 extremities world, this person is an expert amongst experts of the same cultivation level, one of the peak figures. Seeing Zhang Haoqing make his move, the vast ocean world martial practitioners all felt rather excited. Perhaps he might be able to defeat that Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge smiled, nodding as well, very deep. Saying thus, he raised his right hand, pushing forward with his palm. Within his palm, there seemed to exist a mass of qi that resembled chaos, indescribably profound and profound. As soon as Yin Zhaoge struck out with his palm, the countless light dragons formed of the surrounding seawater instantly shattered together, resembling bubbles as the encirclement instantly collapsed. The water-blue light dragon formed of Zhang Haoqing's fist intent had originally possessed a majestic aura, overturning rivers and overturning seas. At this moment, however, it seemed to have been grasped within Yin Zhaoge's palm, trapped within a single inch of space. Everyone, including Li Sheng, looked at this scene in shock. Looking first at Zhang Haoqing and then at Li Sheng, Yin Zhaoge said, "You come as well, the two of you together. I have no intention of looking down on you. On the contrary, as the battle in which I bid farewell to the essence spirit martial grandmaster realm, I want to go all out and fight." Yin Zhaoge smiled. "The two of you will probably not have a time in your lives where you can join hands to face an enemy, whether it be in the past or in the future. Now might be your only chance. Do you want to give it a try? Perhaps it will be fun for you?" Li Sheng stared fixedly at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge blocked Zhang Haoqing with his right hand, smiling as he did not speak. "Good. Just a single move." Li Sheng's gaze shone with a cold light as he roared. In an instant, he vanished. As for a brutal black saber light, it hacked through the vast sea, chopping towards Yin Zhaoge. The great sea was directly split into two, all things being extinguished where the saber light passed. The seawater was not forced apart by the saber light. Instead, everything that obstructed its advance was completely destroyed. The sixth saber of the seven seas dragon-slaying saber, the strongest saber that martial practitioners beneath the martial saint realm could grasp. It was not as majestic and imposing as Zhang Haoqing's, possessing both offense and defense, not revealing any flaws. This saber of Li Sheng's only pursued a single thing: to kill the opponent. Within this saber, other than ultimate destructive power, there was nothing else. In the vast ocean world, the maximum offensive power that an essence spirit martial grandmaster could attain. Zhang Haoqing wanted to retract his move, but discovered that he was being held back by Yin Zhaoge's palm force, unable to retreat. He sucked in a deep breath, letting go of everything as he pushed on with all his might. As the water-blue light dragon roared, the scales of its entire body pulsed, as though its reverse scale had been touched as it descended into a frenzied rage, wanting to destroy everything, breaking through the very heavens. The six dragon transformations, the heaven-shattering transformation with the greatest offensive power. Two violent forces simultaneously assaulted towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change, but the stance of his right palm suddenly changed. That chaos abruptly expanded, extinguishing all. The world seemed to have returned to before the heavens, and earth had opened at this moment, the myriad scenes no longer existing. No yin, no yang, no before, no after, no beginning, no end, no movement, no stability. The next moment, chaos mightily exploded. It was as though all things had been subsumed within chaos before chaos was extinguished, the universe opening once more. Beneath this palm, it was invincible. The water-blue light dragon, extinguished. The black saber light, extinguished. The two heavens-favored sons of the vast ocean world, Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng, were simultaneously sent flying backwards. Water Crystal Palace's Elder Dong was greatly shocked as he hurriedly caught Zhang Haoqing, only to see him spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire body limp. Greatly enraged, he swiveled his head to look at Yin Zhaoge, only to hear Zhang Haoqing say anxiously, "He showed mercy. He wanted to fight one against two. It was not arrogance, but that we overestimated our own capabilities." Li Sheng, who had been caught by Elder Yu of the Dragon Slayer sect side as well. "We were only heavily injured, our cultivation bases not crippled. He was helping us. In battling with him, there were boundless profundities that I cannot explain clearly, unable to describe. We can only experience it ourselves, comprehend it ourselves. The difference between our levels and his is just too great." Everyone was taken aback. Zhang Haoqing similarly looked at Yin Zhaoge, his expression complex as it finally transformed into admiration. Everyone gazed shockingly at Yin Zhaoge, who had defeated Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng with a single move. Yin Zhaoge laughed leisurely. The 10 spirit flowers above his head bloomed, the process that had paused earlier beginning anew. The numerous runes merged, gradually transforming into a measurable radiance that illuminated the entire Great Sea. To be continued. Chapter 514. Yin Zhaoge was completely enveloped within the sea of light. Above his head, numerous runes gathered together to form a profound spirit talisman. The talisman looked extremely simple, but it seemed to contain infinite principles that were difficult to describe. Yin Zhaoge raised his head and looked at it. This was his true martial spirit talisman. Once this talisman was formed, he would officially step into the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly, the Essence Talisman above his head suddenly changing in appearance. It was no longer that simple, no longer that profound, instead becoming something that could be described with words, resembling the vast sky, the vast clear sky. In the next moment, the elemental talisman changed again. Its entire body seemed to be formed by a coiling azure dragon. As the radiance flickered, it looked like a dragon shuttling through the clouds. The elemental talisman changed again and again, turning into scarlet and purple flames that gathered together to form a pill cauldron. A single essence talisman contained myriad phenomena, myriad variations, manifesting the essence of the many martial arts that Yin Zhaoge was proficient in, encompassing all phenomena. Finally, with just a thought from Yin Zhaoge, this essence talisman was kept above his head. The radiance surrounding his body also gradually retracted. As the radiance dissipated, everyone in the outside world could finally see Yin Zhaoge's appearance clearly, while Yin Zhaoge was just sitting there calmly, seemingly not having changed at all. Everyone here knew that this youth who had appeared before them was already an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. Indeed, as he had expected, the threshold to Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster was not a question of whether or not he could cross it. Instead, it was a question of whether or not he wanted to cross it. He stopped when he wanted to and left when he wanted to. He followed his heart. Looking at Yin Zhaoge's youthful features now, the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world all felt a chill run down their spines. This was not the work of a person with profound skills who could retain their youthful looks, nor was it the use of a mysterious technique to restore their youthful looks. It was just that his appearance and his true age were the same. Ever since the vast ocean world had come into existence after the Great Calamity, when had such a young Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster ever appeared? At this moment, everyone was shocked and looked at each other. Wait, let alone an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. Is there such a young Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster? Thinking about it carefully, everyone was speechless. Fu Inshu looked at Yin Zhaoge, not speaking for a long time. After a while, she sighed softly. Yindi, other things aside, in terms of cultivation speed, your son has truly surpassed you. Although I did not surpass your record as the youngest Martial Grandmaster, you also did not reach the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster level at the age of 25, right? Speaking of which, Zhaoge is still a bit away from his 25th birthday. Your son has really surpassed his teacher. How difficult was it to become an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster? Whether it was in the Eight Extremities world or the vast ocean world, Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters were all figures who stood at the peak of the pyramid. There were many martial artists who were unable to reach that height in their entire lives. Their lifespans were exhausted, and they grew old, helplessly walking towards the end of their lives. For Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters, due to their increased longevity, it was not uncommon for them to outlive their disciples and grand disciples of lower cultivation bases. Their disciples and grand disciples were already in their later years, but even though they were older, compared to their much longer lifespans, they were still middle-aged or even young. It was just that an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster as young as Yin Zhaoge was still shocking. Whether it was Fu Inshu of the Eight Extremities world or the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world, looking at Yin Zhaoge at this moment, they all felt rather complex emotions. Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng, who had just been defeated by Yin Zhaoge, were even more stunned into silence. That elder Yu of the Dragon Slayer sect regained his wits after a while, frowning slightly as he looked at Yin Zhaoge. Is he a disciple of the Sacred Evil sect? If he is, he definitely cannot be left alive. But if he isn't, where exactly did such a figure pop out from? I have never heard of him before. Suddenly appearing now, what exactly is it for? Is he friend or foe? Elder Dong of Water Crystal Palace and the other Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster experts present were all filled with doubt at this moment. Standing beside Yin Zhaoge, Fu Inshu looked indifferently at them. Everyone now noticed that while Yin Zhaoge had successfully stepped into the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm, he had still not left that water vein formed of the sweet pouring raindrops. Also, there was a figure indistinctly visible within that water vein. Everyone felt even more apprehensive at this moment. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, the people of the Dragon Slayer sect and Water Crystal Palace felt rather conflicted. Their most outstanding descendant having been defeated by Yin Zhaoge, becoming a stepping stone for Yin Zhaoge's fame to spread throughout the vast ocean world, the reputation of their sects having been damaged. This caused them to feel extremely displeased. However, the two in question, Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng, did not seem so resentful as they instead seemed a little like they were willing to concede defeat. As a result, their fellow disciples could not really flare up. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm as he said mildly as he looked at them, "This Yin said earlier that I have come here to do something. After I have done that, I will naturally be leaving. It looks like the arranged battle between the two of you will not be able to continue now. I also feel a little regretful. Still, with your talent and strength, I believe that you should have gained something from it. If the people of Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect still want to make a move, that is fine too. I will take them all on. Still, speaking of this, those who are determined to find trouble with me should be arriving soon." As Yin Zhaoge said this, he laughed lightly, his gaze sweeping across those of Spirit Rhino Island. They instantly shuddered in unison. Yin Zhaoge smiled. "I do not really understand the sacred evil sect that you speak of. My uncle and I are both from beyond the seas, not being part of your 7 pillars of good or the 6 evil sects. I indeed have a goal in coming out this time. Still, what I am looking for is not Water Crystal Palace or the Dragon Slayer sect, but Changli Mountain." Everyone's hearts jolted slightly as they all fell into deep thought. After communicating with those of the Spirit Returning sect, Elder Dong of Water Crystal Palace glanced at those of Spirit Rhino Island, also feeling rather hesitant. Changli Mountain was on good terms with Water Crystal Palace. Elder Dong frowned, asking, "Still, are you friend or foe of Changli Mountain? Are you going to the directionless sea, this time, to seek revenge?" Yin Zhaoge spread his palms apart, smiling. "That will have to wait until I have arrived at Changli Mountain before I know. Still, barring any accidents, I should be a friend and not an enemy." Hearing his words, those of the forces of good virtually unconsciously relaxed greatly. Meanwhile, the hearts of those of the forces of evil involuntarily tightened in unison as their gazes that were on Yin Zhaoge instantly turned even more guarded. Yin Zhaoge was not too concerned about this as he sat in the meditative position amidst the light formed of the sweet pouring raindrops. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Elder Yu of the Dragon Slayer sect narrowed his eyes into slits as he suddenly asked, "You are looking for Changli Mountain. In that case, the ones who are looking for you are Spirit Rhino Island?" Yin Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "That's right." Water Crystal Palace's Elder Dong asked, "Why are they looking for you?" As he said this, the hearts of the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters here all jolted slightly as they swiveled their heads and gazed into the distance. Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Oh, he's here. Let him speak for himself." Extremely powerful fluctuations of power, a will that caused a chill to run through the hearts of everyone here, appeared in the distance over the great sea. To be continued. Chapter 5:15. Majestic power fluctuations appeared in the distance over the great sea, rapidly approaching the place where Yin Zhaoge and the others were. Virtually at the same time that they sensed its existence, the majestic will had already arrived close by, its speed so fast that it left one tongue-tied. Fu Inshu looked at Yin Zhaoge, whose expression was as per usual as he nodded slightly. "This is the supreme martial art of Spirit Rhino Island that I mentioned to you before. I didn't know its name back then, but after asking around, it should be called spiritual light flashing. Its speed is extremely fast, shifting in the time it takes for sparks to fly off a flint, resembling a streak of light flashing by. It is only slower than breaking through space, but it looks like it ignores spatial distance, moving in an instant. Fu Inshu frowned. In terms of movement speed alone, no martial art in her memory was able to achieve this. The lineages of the eight extremities world that were most proficient in speed were the current Heavenly Thunder Hall and the already destroyed Black Wind Mountain. However, as Fu Inshu saw it, even the supreme martial arts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Black Wind Mountain might not be able to achieve this. The vast ocean world is indeed a place that encompasses all things, possessing a unique flair. Fu Inshu pondered as she said. Yin Zhaoge shrugged, seeing a middle-aged man already appear before them, standing amidst the deep sea. This middle-aged man seemed to have merged as one with the great sea, as it was hard to tell them apart. Streams of light flickered around his body, as if they had turned into mirrors, each reflecting a different scene. The mirror light traversed the great sea, seemingly splitting it into many different regions. Those who were in one region could only feel their vision blurry, as they were actually unable to clearly see those in other regions. This man looked to be around 40 years of age, but those who knew him all knew that, unlike Yin Zhaoge, his actual age was much older than what he appeared to be. There was no martial practitioner of the vast ocean world present who did not recognize him. One of the 7 pillars of good, the chief of Spirit Rhino Island, a transcending mortality martial grandmaster, Fong Kansas. He was also a bigwig ranked 7th amongst the top 10 transcending mortality experts of the vast ocean world, one of the most powerful and influential figures at the peak of the vast ocean world's pyramid. While Yin Zhaoge had never seen Fong Kan before, he had seen Fong Kan's second son, Fong Zhaoong. The two of them bore at least a 60% resemblance in appearance. Fong Kan's gaze swept the area, falling on Yin Zhaoge. The Spirit Rhino Island disciples who had not entered the barrier along with Fong Zhaohong, Yang Chufan, and the others had already described Yin Zhaoge's appearance to Fong Kan after returning to the island. Fong Kan gazed at Yin Zhaoge, his face expressionless. A hesitant look appeared on Zhang Haoqing's face as he said slowly, "Island Master Fong, this young master, Yin, should not be a descendant of the sacred evil sect. There might have been some misunderstanding." Fong Kan swiveled his head to look at Water Crystal Palace's Elder Dong. Is Water Crystal Palace going to protect him? Elder Dong hesitated slightly before hearing Fong Kan say, "Even if Water Crystal Palace is protecting him today, there's still some debts that have to be settled with this kid." Looking at Yin Zhaoge once more, he asked slowly, "My Spirit Rhino Island disciples Fong Zhaoong, Yang Chufan, Kai Ziki, and Zhang Peng, where are they now?" It was fine for the other 3, but hearing Fong Zhaohong's name, the vast ocean world martial practitioners present all began muttering amongst themselves. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners all focused their attention on Yin Zhaoge. Fong Zhaohong's group of 4 had already been nowhere to be seen for a very long time. Still, they still held on to the faint hope that Fong Zhaohong and the others had only been captured by Yin Zhaoge and were still alive. Yin Zhaoge could also basically guess their thoughts. Because the corpses of Fong Zhaohong's group of 4 had all been destroyed by him, it was only natural that they would not be able to find them. Still, Yin Zhaoge had not used dead people as hostages. Looking at Fong Kan, Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Your son and his fellow disciples wanted to kill me. Their skills were inferior, and they all died at my hands." Fong Kan's breathing halted slightly. The streams of light traversing the great sea began to ripple, their violent momentum seemingly wanting to break the great sea apart. While the other vast ocean world martial practitioners all had their guesses, looking at Yin Zhaoge now, they were all rather speechless. Before clashing with Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng, while Yin Zhaoge had slain Jiang Xiong of the evil shifting sect, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners had still unconsciously thought that the Essence Talisman martial grandmaster Fong Zhaoong had died at Fu Inshu's hands. However, after seeing Yin Zhaoge's battle with Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners already understood that facing Yin Zhaoge, only death awaited Fong Zhaoong. And if Zhang Haoqing and the others had known beforehand that Fong Zhaoong had died at Yin Zhaoge's hands, they would probably have thought twice about battling Yin Zhaoge. Similarly, at the 7th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, the early Essence Talisman stage, Feng Zhaohong was stronger than the sea-flipping owl Lung Kuan who had died at Zhang Haoqing's hands. Gazing at Yin Zhaoge, Feng Can nodded slowly. "Good, very good." Before his words had landed, he directly raised his palm, the surrounding radiance congregating together, descending towards Yin Zhaoge. Fu Inshu frowned slightly, raising her sword to meet Feng Can's. Vast and mighty, while also possessing a vigorous aura that resembled one with the heavens and the earth, the sword instantly caused Feng Can's eyelids to twitch. "What a brilliant sword, Dao! But your cultivation base is inferior to mine." The radiance condensed on his palm turned from silvery white to jade green, circulating amidst the great sea as Fu Inshu's limitless heavenly sword missed. The jade light still shot towards Yin Zhaoge. Sword in her right hand, Fu Inshu flipped her left palm, purplish-red flames leaping about, instantly forming a sea of flames which still shot towards the jade light. Numerous essence talismans transformed into numerous spirit arrays, coming together to form a white altar which enveloped Fu Inshu's body, causing her attacks to grow fiercer with her left palm and her right sword. Still, there were many damaged areas on the white altar, causing it to appear rather mottled. However, even though she had yet to recover from her injuries, Fu Inshu still did not change her stubborn personality as she replaced a fence with a fence, blocking Feng Can's spirit rhino palm that was aimed at Yin Zhaoge. "So you are injured. This only shows that you overestimate your abilities." Feng Can's face was expressionless as his palm changed, no longer going for the nimble route, as it instead directly descended towards Fu Inshu with a palm. Streams of radiance guarded Feng Can's body, instantly transforming into the image of a giant. It was precisely the true martial avatar that Feng Can had cultivated after stepping into the transcending mortality stage. His cultivation base was higher than Fu Inshu's in the first place, and Fu Inshu's old injuries had yet to fully recover. As they clashed head-on, Fu Inshu instantly emitted a muffled groan. Just as Feng Can was about to increase his power a step further, a palm suddenly extended from the side, also clapping towards his spirit rhino palm, its momentum majestic as it resembled the sky itself. An early essence talisman martial saint can possess such strength? No wonder Hong, and the others fell to the hands of this little beast. While Feng Can was shocked, he did not hesitate in the slightest. He looked coldly at the attacking Yin Zhaoge. "I'm not afraid to tell you that even if the evil saint appears, he will still not be able to protect you. What I have done is what I have done. I don't mind admitting it. For example, your son was killed by me," Yin Zhaoge said mildly. "While it does not affect the final result, it was not done by me. Don't try to frame me for it. Usually, those who slander me don't have a good ending." To be continued. Chapter 516. Feng Can was angered to the point of laughing. Shameless boasting. After laughing, his gaze turned even colder. "Whether or not you are a descendant of the evil saint, this old man will still slay you with my palm today." The spirit rhino avatar formed of his martial true intent had no eyes on its face, only having a single vertical eye on its forehead. As this eye opened, it seemed to penetrate through the heavens and the earth, viewing all the profundities of one's heart. Looking at Feng Can, Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly. His attainments in this spirit rhino palm are also much stronger than his son's. They are truly not on the same level. Having stepped into the transcending mortality stage many years ago, Feng Can's cultivation base was already stronger than Yin Zhaoge's. As he flashed his spirit rhino avatar at this moment, Yin Zhaoge and Fu Inshu were like transparent before him. Let alone the changes in martial arts. Even a single thought of his was vaguely seen through by Feng Can's Yin Zhaoge had many methods to deal with Feng Zhaohong's spirit rhino palm, but they all seemed rather futile when used against Feng Can's facing Feng Zhaohong. Yin Zhaoge could be unafraid of being seen through, as he could directly suppress him head-on with his overwhelming power. However, with his opponent being Feng Can, the difference in pure strength between the two sides would be reversed. Forcibly clashing with him would only be seeking trouble for himself. Facing Fang Zhaoong, Yin Zhaoge could strengthen his various variations to the maximum, such that Fang Zhaoong would be completely unable to predict them. However, Fang Can's spirit rhino avatar was able to project the variations of Yin Zhaoge's various techniques. Facing Fang Zhaoong, Yin Zhaoge executed the ocean stabilizing spirit fist, his mind as deep as the deep ocean as no ripples arose, as Fang Zhaoong was completely unable to detect the changes within it all. However, Fang Can was still able to find some clues from within. This was also where Fang Can's confidence in taking down Yin Zhaoge lay. The difference in their cultivation bases was just too great. Still, Fang Can was also secretly shocked. Just an early essence talisman cultivation base. If Yin Zhaoge's cultivation base was a little higher, would his spirit rhino avatar still be able to see through him? Fang Can didn't even dare to think further on this question. Speaking of which, a transcending mortality martial grandmaster should clearly be able to kill an early essence talisman martial grandmaster with a casual slap of his. Why had it become like this? The surrounding vast ocean world martial practitioners did not interfere as they just stared dazedly at this scene. While he had already seen Yin Zhaoge's strength before, facing the transcending mortality martial grandmaster Fang Jun, he actually still had the strength to retaliate. He still felt it to be inconceivable. However, that was as far as he could go. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Zhang Haoqing, Li Sheng, and the others all felt rather regretful. The most frightening thing for a person with astonishing talent was to provoke someone who was much stronger than him before he had truly matured, and as a result, die prematurely. Yin Zhaoge was the strongest genius they had ever seen. Sadly, having encountered the full power of the transcending mortality Fang Can at the early essence talisman stage, his future had been extinguished prematurely. As the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world saw it, even if Yin Zhaoge's cultivation base was a little higher, he would still have a chance of escaping if he met with the upper threshold. However, with how young Yin Zhaoge was, he really couldn't ask for more. It was just a pity that he didn't know how far he would be able to reach in the future. Fang Can also had the same thought in his mind. Therefore, he was even more decisive in his actions. Such an enemy, with limitless potential, must not be left alive. Yin Zhaoge's expression was very calm as he gazed heavily at Fang Can, not panicked in the slightest. It was fine if his method of dealing with Fang Zhaoong was useless. There are still plenty of other methods. Yin Zhaoge suddenly laughed, his usually calm gaze suddenly turning manic. The vertical eye between the brows of Fang Can's spirit rhino avatar flickered, its radiance also turning chaotic. Staring at Yin Zhaoge, Fang Can felt greatly curious, because he suddenly discovered that projecting the variations in Yin Zhaoge's techniques and his thoughts was no longer as easy as before. The originally orderly state before him suddenly became chaotic and disorderly at this moment, crazed and unbridled. It was as if a normal person had suddenly become a madman. For a normal person, you could analyze them based on the bits and pieces of their daily life, deducing what they were thinking about and summarizing their patterns. However, for a madman, it would be very hard for you to understand what exactly he was thinking and what he would do at a given moment. This was what Fang Can was currently feeling, innumerable threads tangled together as it was hard to find any clues within. Even Fu Enshu, noticing the changes in Yin Zhaoge by the side, was exceptionally bemused. A rather distorted, frenzied smile appeared on Yin Zhaoge's face. Within his heart, there was still a final trace of clarity, just that it was concealed amidst his madness, as Fang Can was still unable to see through it. One of the 6 spirits' demonic fists, the Qilin demonic fist. The Qilin, a beast of virtue, was upright and authoritative, suppressing all evil, being the most upright. However, the Qilin demonic fist was the exact opposite, walking the most frenzied, most violent path, as it was even more frenzied than the other fist arts of the 6 spirits' demonic fist. However, amidst the frenzy, it conformed with the laws of the heavens, as it possessed great power, resembling that violent power of destruction when all things lost their order. It was just that this fist art was not to Yin Zhaoga's liking. Therefore, while Yin Zhaoga occasionally dabbled in the other fist arts of the Six Spirits demonic fist, this Qilin demonic fist was cast aside. However, this did not mean that Yin Zhaoga was not proficient in this fist art. Currently, while Yin Zhaoga was still using martial arts like the heavenly broad-creed palm, his mental state had changed from the calmness of the ocean, stabilizing spirit fist to the frenzied chaos of the Qilin demonic fist. Fang can have been wholeheartedly projecting the thoughts of Yin Zhaoga and Fu Inshu, as well as the changes in their techniques. Due to Yin Zhaoga's sudden chaos, he had nearly been dragged into it as well. His mind seemed to have suddenly sprouted a bunch of weeds as he felt incomparably vexed. Fang snorted coldly, stabilizing his mind as he patiently began to unravel the cocoon. Gradually, unceasingly sorting through the chaos and dispelling the bewildering fog, he finally saw that final trace of clarity and rationality within Yin Zhaoga's mind. There is no point in dragging things out, Fang said with an icy expression on his face. The person you are waiting for will not be able to come. As if to prove his judgment, everyone suddenly felt intense fluctuations of power emanating from the distance. Two auras that were even more powerful than Fang Can's clashed intensely in the direction of the distant bewildering maze sea, the aftershocks of their collision affecting the deep sea corridor. One of the streaks of sword chi revealed its sharpness as a voice resounded from the distance. "Evil Saint, you have indeed arrived." Everyone was very familiar with that sword chi. That was the sword Dao legacy of Myriad Sword Pool of the Seven Pillars of Good. That powerful force originated from the sacred artifact of Myriad Sword Pool, the floating, sinking sword. Hearing the voice, the expressions of the vast ocean world martial practitioners present all changed somewhat as they simultaneously looked towards Yin Zhaoga and Fu Inshu. Their originally dubious attitudes all changed slightly now. Could they really be of the sacred evil sect? Fang struck out towards Yin Zhaoga with a palm. "If this old man wants to kill you, how would I not be on guard against the evil saint? It was precisely for this moment that I specifically invited the floating, sinking sword of Myriad Sword Pool to come out." Seeing that Fang had already seen through the profundities of the Qilin demonic fist, Yin Zhaoga immediately ceased his cultivation technique, his gaze regaining its calm and rationality. "It was not him that I was waiting for," Yin Zhaoga smiled leisurely. With just a thought, the deep sea corridor began shaking intensely, as though some powerful existence was currently awakening. To be continued. Chapter 517. Yin Zhaoga did not look forward to the appearance of the evil saint at all. On the contrary, Yin Zhaoga was currently laughing coldly within his heart. This evil saint is up to no good, wanting to use me as a spear to fish in troubled waters. In this world, other than Fu Inshu, it was naturally the sacred evil sect itself who knew best whether Yin Zhaoga was a descendant of the sacred evil sect, especially their chief, the evil Saint Lin Qianqing. If he made a move now, it would be equivalent to him being a hindrance to them, making Yin Zhaoga the scapegoat. Yin Zhaoga just glanced out of the corner of his eye and met the gazes of Water Crystal Palace's Zhang Haoqing, Elder Dong, and the others, knowing that they who had originally been dubious were now 70 to 80% convinced. Watching Yin Zhaoga and Fang Can's clash now, those of the forces of evil increasingly looked like they were watching a good show. Meanwhile, those of the forces of good looked at Yin Zhaoga even more warily and warily. As they saw it, a proud and flamboyant person like Yin Zhaoga would generally disdain disguising himself. However, if he intentionally denied and concealed his identity as a descendant of the sacred evil sect, that meant that he definitely had a greater, more sinister plot. Fang roared coldly, "Crooked devils, the facts are all there, not allowing you to quibble. We have long since been prepared. Today shall be the day of your death." Looking at Yin Zhaoga, Zhang Haoqing and the others felt uneasy even as they muttered to themselves. The deep sea corridor shook intensely at this moment, a powerful aura seemingly awakening from a deep slumber. Everyone simultaneously gazed at that water vein condensed of sweet pouring raindrops, able to feel that the powerful fluctuations originated precisely from there. Fong Can's gaze was stern as the vertical eye on the forehead of his spirit rhino avatar looked over, yet was unable to see through the radiance within the water vein. It was just that he vaguely realized something from that powerful aura. A bad feeling arose within Fong Can's heart. Who is that? The Lord of Water Crystal Palace, the 9 dragon fingers of the Blood Dragon sect, the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect, or Soul Shocking Box of Soul Shocking Island. Could it be that everything has been a trap from the start? Fong Can was shocked and uncertain. However, feeling that power seemed to be in the midst of awakening from its slumber, he was unwilling to retreat just like that. With an enraged roar, his palms transformed into an all-encompassing jade light, condensing into a single line, bypassing Yin Zhaoge and Fu Inshu, who had always been fighting with him, shooting towards that pure white water vein. Yin Zhaoge's expression was composed as he attacked from the side with a palm, saying mildly, "It's the evil saint over at the bewildering maze sea? I don't know. As for me, I don't need anyone else to do anything. You can't do anything to me." Fong Can's palm suddenly changed, sweeping towards Yin Zhaoge once more. The attack on the water vein, just now, was clearly a diversion. Regardless of what was in the water vein, Fong Can was already prepared to retreat and observe the situation. With only a single strike, Fong Can's target was naturally Yin Zhaoge, who had killed his son. This time, he attacked with all his strength. The green light condensed into a line, and its speed was so fast that almost no one could see the trajectory of the green light. Hallucinations even appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was as if the world in front of them was distorting and everything was being absorbed by the green light, turning into a thin line. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change, as he even had the leisure to smile at Zhang Haoqing, Li Sheng, and the others. As I said earlier, I came to the deep sea corridor because I have something to do. Amidst his words, that water vein formed of the sweet, pouring raindrops shook mightily. Amidst the radiance, a figure flew out from within, arriving before Yin Zhaoge in an instant. The jade light formed of Fong Can's palm force attempted to bypass this figure. However, that figure raised his palm, spreading his fingers as it seemed to encompass the jade sea of the heavens, vast to the point of being boundless. The jade light evaded left and right, yet was unable to bypass this person's palm, finally mightily striking it. The figure swayed slightly, but seemed completely unaffected. Fong Can stared, seeing that it was shockingly a stone statue. Broken rocks unceasingly fell off the surface of the stone statue, not having been injured by Fong Can's palm force, instead having fallen off naturally. The stone skin shattered and fell off, revealing a white, jade-like skin that emitted a smooth luster. Everyone exclaimed in shock in unison. That terrifying power to the extreme originated from this terrifying body. The stone statue was that of an old man with a thin face. However, accompanied by the unceasing falling of the stone skin, his features rapidly became younger, showing signs of returning to his youth as he finally appeared to be similar in age to Yin Zhaoge. When the stone skin had completely shattered and fallen off, the figure of a youth was revealed, his features handsome and his figure tall. Yin Zhaoge roared, "Command!" A strange light flickered within this youth's pupils, each condensing into a rune that was exactly the same as the true essence talisman that Yin Zhaoge had formed when he had stepped into the essence talisman martial grandmaster realm. The light talisman vanished in a flash. This youth roared towards the heavens, directly breaking through the vast sea and shaking the 9 heavens. His incomparably powerful will and power shocked even the floating sinking sword and the evil saint who were battling intensely in the distant bewildering maze sea. Yin Zhaoge smiled coldly as he looked at the stunned Fong Can. "Whatever the evil saint is, it has nothing to do with me. Did I say that I was waiting for him? What I was waiting for was this clone of mine." Within the barrier of the bewildering maze sea, the stone statue that Yin Zhaoge had obtained was shockingly the mortal shell of a martial saint expert who had passed away in meditation. This martial saint expert had been exceptionally talented and had also cultivated in a special cultivation art such that after his death, all of his power had been sealed within his mortal shell as not the slightest bit of his aura leaked out. Death and death were reborn. The two extremities reversed as life and death converged at a single point. While this person himself could not be revived, his old, decaying fleshly body had returned to its youth, resembling the nascent embryo of a newborn infant. Finally, this unique, miraculous body that was blessed by the heavens was created. It was both a mortal shell and a spirit embryo. If other martial saints obtained this mortal shell, they would be able to refine it into their clone, being born as a martial saint, tyrannical to the extreme. While Yin Zhaoge was not a martial saint, he cultivated in the peerless heavenly scripture, myriad phenomena returning to their original state, without beginning and without end, without before and without after. He could accomplish miracles that other martial grandmasters could not. After having stepped into the essence talisman martial grandmaster realm, having been completely cleansed by the purest and purest sweet pouring raindrops under the heavens, he would refine this spirit embryo into his clone. In having hurried to the deep sea corridor, Yin Zhaoge had not intended to seek help from anyone from the very beginning. His preparations were his own methods. With just a thought on Yin Zhaoge's part, the figure before him raised his right hand into a fist, punching out towards Fang Can. While he was barehanded, as he punched out, it was like a great spear stabbing forward, wanting to directly penetrate the great sea and the blue skies. Where the spear pointed, it was like a massive rock spreading its wings, soaring above the 9 heavens. The roiling Jade Sea was directly ripped apart, the horizon that was connected to the Jade Sea seemingly breaking apart as well at this moment. Northern Ocean Divine Spear, rock ascending 9 heavens. Northern Ocean Martial Saint Zhuang Kuan. So it's him. After having struck out with that palm of his, Fang Can had already begun retreating, not waiting to see the results. Seeing that his palm had failed, he knew that things were bad. Now, seeing this spear that penetrated the heavens and the earth, Fang Can was greatly shocked as he saw that spear that resembled a great rock spreading its wings, instantly arriving before him. He had executed a supreme martial art, spiritual light flashing, yet had still been caught up by this spear. To be continued. Chapter 518. In Fang Can's memories, purely in terms of speed, amongst the known martial arts of the vast ocean world, there is only the Northern Ocean Martial Saint Zhuang Kuan's Northern Ocean Divine Spear, which possessed a godly speed akin to a rock spreading its wings and soaring into the heavens, comparable to Spirit Rhino Island's spiritual light flash. Ever since the Northern Ocean Martial Saint Zhuang Kuan had gone missing, believed to have perished, and the Northern Ocean Divine Spear had been lost, the spiritual light of Spirit Rhino Island had appeared, unparalleled in the vast ocean world in terms of speed. But today, the sharpness of the Northern Ocean Divine Spear had once again appeared in the world. Fang Can looked at the spear coming at him in disbelief. Although it was just a shell, it was still the shell of a martial sage. How could it be refined into a clone by a martial grandmaster? Helpless, Fang Can forcibly receive the spear of Yin Zhaoge's clone with a palm, the chi and blood of his entire body roiling. He still can't compare to a true martial saint, but he has already reached the peak of the extraordinary realm and is only a step away from becoming a martial saint. Fang Can's heart was heavy, but, however, he could vaguely feel that this was because Yin Zhaoge's clone had just been refined. With the passage of time, this avatar would soon be able to reproduce the glory of the Northern Dark North Martial Saint Zhuang Kuan in the past. Even now, the power of this attack was difficult for Fang Can to withstand. He didn't dare to stay any longer. His figure flickered. Borrowing the recoil from his collision with the Northern Underworld Divine Spear, he was about to once again use the flash of inspiration movement technique, quickly fleeing far away from this place. As Yin Zhaoge had said, even if no one interfered, he would not fear Fang Can. Fang Can's figure had just moved when a 7-colored radiance suddenly shone above his head. Looking up, he saw a huge, majestic stone pillar smashing down on his head. Standing on the pillar of the divine palace, Yin Zhaoge roared as a powerful sealing force pressured down towards Fong. Kansas Fong Can had no intention of resisting at all. Right now, he only wanted to escape. He clenched his teeth, and the vertical eye on the forehead of his rhino form flickered with radiance. His huge body turned into a wisp of green light, and like a swimming fish, he constantly searched for the weak points of the sealing power of the divine palace's pillars and escaped. The pillar of the divine palace had not completely fallen yet. He really did find a gap and wanted to escape from the inescapable net. Yet, obstructed by the pillar of the divine palace, Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone had already transformed into a great rock, domineeringly chasing after him. The great rock spread its wings, splitting the sky and splitting the sea. With a flap of its wings, it sent Fong Can back into the range of the pillar. As the pillar of the divine palace descended, the jade light revealed Fong Can's figure once more. He stared at Yin Zhaoge with eyes seemingly on the verge of imploding. "Little thief!" Yin Zhaoge's expression was cold and indifferent. "You want to kill me, and I also want to kill you. Let's see who dies first." Fong Can took a deep breath and shouted sternly, "All right, give me your life, little thief." Amidst his loud roar, this chief of Spirit Rhino Island, who was ranked amongst the top 10 transcending mortality experts, simply stopped running as his entire body erupted with power, shooting ferociously towards Yin Zhaoge. A spirit bead flew up from the top of his head. The spirit bead shone brightly, as if it was reflecting a myriad of scenes in an instant. Numerous silhouettes were projected around Yin Zhaoge, attacking him from all directions. That spiritual pearl was obviously an extremely high-quality spiritual weapon. The treasure of Spirit Rhino Island, the Spirit Rhino Orb, surpassed even Fong Zhaohong's Jade Light Mirror, as it was an elite amongst high-grade spirit artifacts. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge paid it no heed as he laughed lightly, drawing out a dark green bamboo branch from within his sleeve. While the bamboo branch looked ordinary and unremarkable, it was precisely a treasure that Yin Zhaoge had personally forged. When Yin Zhaoge had been a spirit vessel martial grandmaster that year, the bamboo branch had had 3 segments. Now, however, it had grown once more, seeming as though it could grow on its own as it had turned into 4 segments. Yin Zhaoge tossed it lightly, the dark green bamboo branch landing in the hands of the Northern Ocean clone. The Northern Ocean clone picked up the bamboo branch, swinging it towards the Spirit Rhino Orb above Fong Can's head. As the 2 sides collided, the Spirit Rhino Orb instantly emitted a mournful wail as it was sent flying. Greatly shocked, Fong Can hurriedly kept the Spirit Rhino Orb. Lowering his head, he saw that a thin crack had appeared on the orb, causing him great heartache. He looked disbelievingly at Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone, staring unblinkingly at that dark green bamboo branch. No spiritual chi or power fluctuations could be felt from the bamboo branch at all, as it seemed completely ordinary and unremarkable no matter how one looked at it. However, it was precisely this ordinary bamboo branch that had directly caused a crack to appear on his high-grade spirit artifact, the Spirit Rhino Orb. While the Spirit Rhino Orb did not seem like pure weapons like sabers, swords, and armor, as a high-grade spirit artifact, it was naturally made of extraordinary materials. How could it possibly be so weak? Even other ordinary high-grade spirit artifacts might not be able to leave such a clear crack on the surface of the Spirit Rhino Orb with just a single strike. Fong Can could only feel that the strange things he had encountered today were more than he had in the previous half of his life, completely toppling his understanding of this world. The Northern Ocean clone was unforgiving as he raised the 4-foot-long bamboo branch in his hand, using it as a spear as he executed another Northern Ocean divine spear, stabbing straight towards Fong Can, wanted to pierce a hole through him. Fong Can's figure shifted, his body seemingly instantly transforming into countless silhouettes. However, beneath the spear of the Northern Ocean clone, he advanced courageously, sweeping through all that stood in his way as the silhouettes shattered one after another. The seawater of the nearby region of sea had already been shattered by the power of the two sides, a vacuum having been cleared out. The pillar of the divine palace hovered in midair, streams of seven-colored radiance resembling silk hanging downwards as they enveloped the surrounding area, resembling a cage. Fonkin resembled a beast trapped in a cage as he was forced to engage in a life-and-death struggle. He felt stifled to the extreme. The Northern Ocean Marshal Saint Juan Kuan had not left behind any legacies, all of his aura having been retracted within the remnant embryo. After Yin Zhaoge had taken the stone statue away, no traces of it had been left behind at all. When Fonkin had arrived at that foreign dimension afterwards, he had found it completely empty. If he had known that Yin Zhaoge possessed a martial saint corpse, even if he did not believe that a martial grandmaster would be able to refine it, Fonkin would still have been much more cautious. Now, however, he had slammed headfirst into a metal plate, his head bleeding profusely. Fonkin had not thought that Yin Zhaoge would still have other methods besides the martial saint corpse, actually making it impossible for him to flee even if he wanted to. This transcending mortality, martial grandmaster's arrogance and ferocity were stimulated as he abruptly erupted, ignoring the attacks of the Northern Ocean clone towards him as he instead shot viciously towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm as the Northern Ocean clone's techniques changed, becoming swift and vigorous. The Kuan Pung was a Kuan in water, a Pung out of water, and a Kuan fish in its transformation, its body being several thousand kilometers long as it was massive beyond compare. The extreme speed of the great Pung, the immense strength of the Kuan fish, the majesty of its strength could be counted on one's fingers. Northern Ocean divine spear, Northern Ocean fish. The majestic, tyrannical force directly shattered Fonkin's spirit rhino avatar. Fonkin's entire body shook intensely as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes glaring as he ignored everything else and still shot towards Yin Zhaoge. From the looks of it, he was clearly going all out. Yin Zhaoge roared loudly, the light of thunder flickering within his right eye as he traversed space in an instant. An instant's thunder. Fonkin was greatly shocked. He did not want to perish together with Yin Zhaoge. However, he could not retreat now, as he could only grit his teeth and advance. Boom! Fonkin suffered another heavy blow as the terrifying thunderbolts directly pierced through his body. However, Fonkin's palm had also arrived before Yin Zhaoge, wanting to kill him, who knew that a small black incense burner would suddenly appear within Yin Zhaoge's hand, blocking Fonkin's palm. The majestic palm force was like a clay ox entering the sea, vanishing without a trace. Fonkin stared. What? Yin Zhaoge's expression was indifferent as jade light flickered in his other empty hand, the roar of a dragon emerging from the green abyss sword. If you had known that this would happen, don't come and mess with me. Chapter 519. Looking at the earth-devouring burner in Yin Zhaoge's hands, Fonkin felt a chill within his heart. The Northern Ocean clone gave him too much pressure, causing him to be unable to deduce Yin Zhaoge's thoughts. As the various scenes of their earlier clash flashed through his mind, Fonkin discovered that he had fallen into a great net that Yin Zhaoge had woven, being trapped in his own cocoon step by step. The fact that both sides were injured, that both sides could perish together, that both sides were fighting with their lives on the line, was all an illusion. Yin Zhaoge had finished weaving the net, waiting for him to crash into it himself. The green abyss sword transformed into an azure dragon and pierced through Fonkin's chest with a roar. Behind him, Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone had shockingly already arrived just inches away once more. The shadow of death shrouded Fonkin's heart, but he was even more unwilling. The surrounding vast ocean world martial practitioners all watched this scene in shock as well. He had originally thought that it would be Yin Zhaoge who would die young as a genius, falling at the hands of a transcending mortality martial grandmaster. Never would he have thought that in the end, it would actually be Fonkin who would be fighting like a cornered beast. And now, this transcending mortality martial grandmaster was shockingly about to perish at Yin Zhaoge's hands. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were all completely dumbfounded, as they had never imagined that the situation would actually turn out like this. Their island lord had personally taken action, yet he had actually ended up in such a state. "Don't mess around," a Spirit Rhino Island disciple said with a trembling voice. "Our Spirit Rhino Island is one of the 7 pillars of the good Tao. By killing our chief, you are destroying yourself from the good Tao of the world. No matter how it usually is when it comes to fighting against the demonic path, we, the righteous path, will always be united." Hearing these words, the people of Water Crystal Palace, the Spirit Returning Sect, the Blazing Wind Sect, and the other forces of good all frowned, none of them willing to be the scapegoat for others. However, the gazes with which they looked at Yin Zhaoge were also filled with vigilance and judgment. With the evil saints seemingly blocking myriad sword pool for Yin Zhaoge, those of the forces of good could not help but suspect Yin Zhaoge's identity and stance. Even if Yin Zhaoge did not originate from the Sacred Evil Sect, him slaying the chief of Spirit Rhino Island would undoubtedly be detrimental to the forces of good while benefiting the 6 evil sects. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Elder Dong, and the others of Water Crystal Palace were all rather hesitant. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge seemed like he was smiling whilst also not as he glanced at that Spirit Rhino Island disciple, his gaze causing them to feel a chill run down their spines. "No matter what happens to me in the future, it is not something that your Spirit Rhino Island can decide. If you have the time to spare, think about what happens to yourselves in the future." Yin Zhaoge laughed lightly, swiveling his head to look at Fong Kansas Fong and coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire body covered in wounds. However, his expression calmed as he said coldly, "If you dare to kill me, just wait for the encirclement of Water Crystal Palace, Myriad Sword Pool, and the Blood Dragon Sect. At most, this old man will just leave first and wait for you down below." Before he had finished speaking, a boom resounded as Fong Kan's head was smashed apart by a single punch of Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. His entire body turned into a rain of blood and exploded in the air. "So what if I kill you?" Yin Zhaoge said mildly. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Looking at Yin Zhaoge, the surrounding vast ocean world martial practitioners all felt a chill within their hearts. They had originally thought that defeating Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng in a single move would be the mark of this youth shocking the world with a single brilliant feat, who knew that on that very same day, he would actually slay Fong Qin, the chief of Spirit Rhino Island of the 7 Pillars of Good and ranked 7th amongst the top 10 transcending mortality experts. This was already not just shocking the world with a single brilliant feat, but rather earth-shattering and heaven-shocking. The name of Yin Zhaoge would definitely resound throughout the entire vast ocean world after this day, being known by all. Elder Dong and Zhang Haoqing of Water Crystal Palace exchanged looks, their hearts both feeling rather heavy. Such brutal, ruthless, and unbridled methods truly seem like those of the forces of evil. That's not really the case. He has already killed Fong Zhaohong, sowing blood enmity with Fong Kan with their irreconcilable enmity. At the end of the day, both sides will have to come to an end. Even if someone mediates between them, they will be able to endure it for a time, but not for a lifetime. What exactly is his relationship with the Sacred Evil Sect? If he really is someone of the forces of evil, the impact would be too great. Now, I instead feel that he is not of the forces of evil. With that clone and such great power, if we were to suddenly kill him in the midst of a great battle with evil, it would not be just Fong Kan alone who would die. While those of the forces of good felt uneasy, those of the forces of evil were similarly not having it easy. Elder Yu of the Dragon Slayer sect gazed unblinkingly at Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone. Such a force was too great, as it might even affect the overall situation of the vast ocean world. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Li Sheng shook his head slightly, asking Elder Yu, "When will Master arrive?" Elder Yu answered, "He will be arriving soon. I have received news that the Soul Shocking Box has similarly left Soul Shocking Island. It seems like the chief of Water Crystal Palace and the 9 dragon fingers of the Blood Dragon sect have both left their seclusion as well." He sighed. They had no choice but to come. If they did not, the heavens might change, The focus of everyone's attention, Yin Zhaoge, currently had a calm expression on his face as though he had done something insignificant and insignificant. Yin Zhaoge ignored the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners who were dazed like wooden chickens by the side, instead swiveling his head to look at Fu Inshu, smiling. I caused Senior Apprentice Ant to be injured earlier, yet still obstruct the enemy and buy time with me. Fu Inshu had already regained her wits now, but the shocked expression on her face had yet to fade completely as she clicked her tongue in wonder as she looked at Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. It's nothing much. Instead, it was you who really let me watch a good show. It was truly marvelous. So this was the true foundation of that stone statue. Yin Zhaoge nodded. That's right. Looking at the Northern Ocean clone, he smiled. Senior Apprentice Ant, this show is still not over yet. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge let out a clear roar. The Northern Ocean clone shot into the skies, his true essence sweeping along Yin Zhaoge and Fu Inshu as he was instantly far away. His direction, the bewildering maze sea. The vast ocean world martial practitioners present all came to their senses. Elder Dong and the others grit their teeth, simply following him. Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone resembled a great rock, traversing 1,000 li in an instant. Over at the bewildering maze sea, the two sides who had originally already been paying some attention to the battle situation in the deep sea corridor immediately detected the approach of Yin Zhaoge's group. Feeling that powerful aura of the Northern Ocean clone, whether it was the chief of Myriad Sword Pool Yin Gang, who wielded the floating sinking sword, or the evil Saint Lin Qiansheng, their movements instantly slowed greatly. This was especially so for the chief of Myriad Sword Pool Yin Gang, who was extremely wary of Yin Zhaoge's group, as he even had the intention of withdrawing and retreating. While he possessed the floating sinking sword, facing Lin Qiansheng and Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone alone, only death awaited him. Still, what caused Yin Gang's heart to jolt slightly was the fact that the Lin Qiansheng before him seemed not to have the intention of entangling him and waiting for Yin Zhaoge to attack together with him, as he instead seemed to have the intention of giving up. The next moment, Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone had already arrived before him. He extended his arms, one in front and one behind, resembling a great spear as he stabbed straight out. Streams of golden and black light congregated, forming an incomparably massive silhouette which bobbed and sank between the heavens and the earth, rising and falling, swift and vigorous. Its target was the evil Saint Lin Qiansheng. To be continued. Chapter 520. First kill a righteous cultivator, then kill a devil cultivator. Yin Zhaoge had never considered such a thought, nor did he need to. Yin Zhaoge snorted disdainfully at Fong Can's words that he would be surrounded and attacked by Water Crystal Palace, Myriad Sword Pool, and the Blood Dragon sect. The righteous and evil sides were in a stalemate, and his existence could break this stalemate. Because of Fong Xiaohong's death, he had fought with Fong Kansas. But before he could confirm that he truly stood on the side of the demonic path, the other righteous path sects would have to be extremely cautious. Otherwise, they would have given the demonic path a chance for nothing. There could only be one reason why Yin Zhaoge had targeted the evil Saint Lin Qiansheng. In appearing here, while it seemed like he was expressing goodwill and lending a helping hand to Yin Zhaoge, he was actually pushing the blame of being from the sacred evil sect onto Yin Zhaoge's head. His ulterior motives were as clear as day, as it was equivalent to him having tricked Yin Zhaoge, forcing him to stand on his side. Even as he stirred up the waters, Yin Zhaoge deeply suspected that Lin Qiansheng himself had some sort of special plan in wanting to fish in troubled waters. Perhaps as Lin Qiansheng saw it, while Yin Zhaoge possessed shocking potential and strength, he was still only at the 6th or 7th level of the martial grandmaster realm at the end of the day. Faced with Myriad Sword Pool and Spirit Rhino Island going all out, he would still be unable to resist them at the end of the day. Even if he was dissatisfied, he could only join the demonic Dao in order to not die in Fong Can's hands. However, he didn't expect that when he forced a snake into its hole, it wasn't a grass snake, but a true dragon. Having refined a Northern Ocean clone, An early Essence Talisman martial grandmaster, Yin Zhaoge, had directly counterkilled a transcending mortality martial grandmaster, Fang Qin of the seven great heavyweights of good. He had originally thought that this was a pawn that could be cultivated and used, but turned out to be someone who was on the same level as him in terms of strength. As a result, tragedy befell Fang Qin, and Lin Qiansheng did not have it easy either. He immediately realized the consequences of what he had done. "Trust me, I don't like to hold grudges, really." Yin Zhaoge smiled coldly as he looked at Lin Qiansheng. "If there is any enmity that could be avenged on the spot, I will do so on the spot. A gentleman does not bear grudges that have been kept for a long time, right? You tricked me, so I naturally have to get back at you. I don't know what you're planning, but I'm going to ruin it for you." Yin Zhaoge smiled coldly. With but a thought, the Northern Ocean clone directly stabbed out with his spear towards Lin Qiansheng. Lin Qiansheng's entire body was enveloped in a black fog, his two eyes bright like starlight. There was no sound coming from the black fog. Only the star-like eyes flashed slightly. Streams of black chi suffused the air, blocking Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone's attack, while he himself rapidly fled into the distance. The true essence of both sides clashed in the air. It seemed lively, but Lin Qiansheng was bent on retreating, and the two sides did not engage in a true battle of life and death. Such an action, in the eyes of others, inevitably gave rise to many speculations. Those who had already been suspicious of Yin Zhaoge in the first place grew even more suspicious, feeling that Lin Qiansheng was intentionally helping Yin Zhaoge, the two of them acting. The chief of Myriad Sword Pool, Yin Gang, was a little hesitant as he did not dare to wield the floating sinking sword with all his might, lest he fall into a trap as he guarded against Yin Zhaoge and Lin Qiansheng suddenly joining forces to attack him. Like this, Lin Qiansheng was a martial saint at the end of the day. As he did not linger in battle, as he only wanted to flee, Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, having just been refined, would be hard-pressed to keep him there despite its great speed. However, Yin Zhaoge was not despondent as a thoughtful expression instead appeared on his face. Looking at Lin Qiansheng's departing figure, Yin Zhaoge suddenly laughed. "You cultivate in the illusory, shadow, demonic art, right? Its power is indeed unordinary, its variations unpredictable, making it hard for others to see through your foundation. Like an illusory shadow, it is hard for the attacks of others to hit you." At the same cultivation level, martial practitioners who cultivate in the illusory shadow demonic art are extremely hard to kill. Even opponents who are stronger than you would be hard-pressed to kill you. In the vast ocean world, I even suspect that you are the hardest person to kill. Yin Zhaoge said leisurely. "Still, that is under normal circumstances. If this demonic art is not cultivated to the peak of the 10th level of the illusory shadow demonic art, you will be in a state of weakness for a full 9 days out of every month's 30 days. You are at the first level of the martial saint realm. Normally speaking, you should be at the 7th level of the illusory shadow demonic art, at most reaching the 8th level." Yin Zhaoge smiled rather maliciously. "When you are in a state of weakness, your devilish art will be unstable, your body even having your true essence leaking out uncontrollably, exposing your tracks. You better hide well these few days." In the distance, Lin Qiansheng's figure did not cease as he vanished into the horizon. However, the minds of all the vast ocean world martial practitioners present wavered for a moment, as they seemed to have seen that lofty evil saint's entire body shake as he staggered slightly. Everyone looked at each other. Are we hallucinating? While others might have seen wrongly, Yin Gang, who wielded the floating sinking sword, would definitely not have seen wrongly. There was only one explanation for that. Yin Zhaoge's words were true. The spirits of all the martial practitioners of good rose slightly. Exchanging glances, Elder Dong and Zhang Haoqing of Water Crystal Palace could both see the shock in the other's eyes. Zhang Haoqing said hesitantly, "If I do not remember wrongly, all these years, when news of the evil saint has not appeared of his own accord, it seems to be on days like the 1st, 5th, 10th, 11th, and 15th of the month." Elder Dong closed his eyes, earnestly recalling for a while before he opened them and nodded slowly. That's right. On the 1st, 5th, or 10th of the month, while not all 9 days are occupied, they are within this range. Zhang Haoqing wrung his hands. If we had not acted, we would not have known that the evil saint had been in a weakened state at the time. Otherwise, this would have been a good time to deal with him. He would not even have been able to conceal his tracks, missing out on so many opportunities for nothing. It was true that the evil saint was powerful, but what was most troublesome was that his movements were unpredictable, his thoughts hard to grasp. A Water Crystal Palace martial practitioner secretly asked via sound transmission, could it be yet another trap, a lie that they have colluded with? Elder Dong said, if it is a lie, the evil saint's actions over the long years have all been in preparation for this lie. However, as long as we are cautious enough, this lie will not have much effect. The risks far outweigh the benefits, the returns much lower than the costs. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, he sighed lightly. If it is to help this youth gain his trust, it is also completely not worth it. Zhang Haoqing looked first at Yin Zhaoge and then at the Northern Ocean clone beside him, smiling bitterly. Even if the two of them are colluding, it is also impossible for this young master, Yin, to be of the sacred evil sect. He is able to speak on equal terms with any expert of this world. However, if Yin Zhaoge was not a descendant of the sacred evil sect, where did the forces of good start suspecting him from? Everyone exchanged looks, smiling bitterly. With such great strength, how could they hope for him to just sit there and wait for death when facing Fang Can? He was not a fool. Even the chief of Myriad Sword Pool, Yin Gang, felt a headache coming on. At the end of the day, it was still because Yin Zhaoge was too powerful. If such a person was confirmed to be an enemy, there would be nothing to say. They would just do what they had to do, everyone relying on their own methods. However, if it was a neutral person forcing him to the side of evil, wouldn't that just be looking for trouble for themselves? Therefore, looking at Yin Zhaoge, they all felt their balls aching for a time. Chapter 5:21. Looking at the fleeing evil Saint Lin Qiansheng, Yin Zhaoge shrugged. The sacred evil sect was strange and mysterious. Not to mention the people of the righteous path. Even the people of the demonic path didn't have a good relationship with them. The Dragon Slayer sect, Soul Shocking Island, and other forces of the 6 evil sects were very wary of them. Now that he had exposed Lin Qiansheng's weakness, there would be many people who had designs on him. The sacred evil sect had been established for many years, and their whereabouts were secretive. They had never encountered any great tribulations, so they definitely had a considerable family business. Whoever could swallow it up would definitely be of great benefit to them. Of course, Yin Zhaoge himself was also such a fat sheep, his entire body filled with treasures. Still, comparatively speaking, after today, those of the vast ocean world will be very cautious in having designs on him. After all, as compared to the evil saint who had been domineering for many years, Yin Zhaoge, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, was actually even more mysterious, as he was unable to be seen through. Water Crystal Palace, the Spirit Returning Sect, the Blazing Wind Sect, and the other forces of good could only feel their balls aching at this moment. Meanwhile, those of the Dragon Slayer Sect, Green Snake Island, and the other forces of evil were currently looking at Yin Zhaoge with conflicted looks on their faces. The most embarrassed person was none other than the sect master of the 10,000 Sword Pool, Yin Gang. Of the 7 Pillars of Good, Spirit Rhino Island had always been on good terms with Myriad Sword Pool. Yin Gang had come out of seclusion this time because of Fang Can's invitation. In the end, Yin Zhaoge had virtually killed Fang Can right in front of Yin Gang. Amidst the tragedy of Spirit Rhino Island, Myriad Sword Pool had also suffered a great loss of face. If he wanted to settle the score with Yin Zhaoge, Yin Gang did not have the confidence to take him down. Soul Shocking Island's Island Master and Dragon Slayer Sect Master were both rushing over with the Soul Shocking box. Yin Gang had to be wary of them taking advantage of him. However, if Yin Gang did not stand up for Spirit Rhino Island, it would be an even greater blow to their Myriad Sword Pool's reputation, at the same time causing a rift between them and Spirit Rhino Island. Furthermore, Fang Can's death also meant that Myriad Sword Pool's alliance with Spirit Rhino Island had suffered a blow to their strength, causing them to be at a disadvantage against the other 7 pillars of good. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts flashed through Yin Gang's mind. At this time, a voice came from afar. "Yin Gang, are you going to continue?" This old man is very happy to watch the battle. Yin Gang's expression changed slightly as he recognized the voice of one of the 6 evil paths, the Island Lord of Shocking Soul Island. Although the other party was not a martial saint, he wielded the ancestral sacred weapon, the Soul Shocking Box. His strength was extraordinary, and he was one of the top 3 of the 6 evil paths. Yin Gang gazed at Yin Zhaoge, who laughed. "Don't look at me. I don't know this person either. What he is planning, everyone is clear on it." Of course, he knew that it was nothing more than to curry favor with Yin Zhaoge. With Lin Qiansheng as an example, the island master of Soul Shocking Island did not act rashly. He only stood far away and restrained Yin Gang. Looks of despair appeared on the faces of the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners. First, not speaking of whether Yin Gang could defeat Yin Zhaoge. Under such circumstances, even if he could, Yin Gang would not be able to make a move. While the relationship between the 2 clans was close, no matter how shameless the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were, they would not dare to ask Yin Gang to take on the immense risk of fighting 1 against 2 just to stand up for them. The humiliation and hatred of their island lord being killed was destined to never be washed away today. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were even beginning to worry about whether Yin Zhaoge might be vicious and merciless enough to finish them off. The face of the Myriad Sword Pool's sect master, Yin Gang, was as grim as still water. He seemed extremely displeased. However, only he himself would know whether he was feeling relieved, no longer having to continue being stuck between a rock and a hard place. Yin Zhaoge smiled mildly, seemingly completely ignoring the tense atmosphere before him as he walked leisurely towards the bewildering maze sea with his hands behind his back. The evil saint should have some special motives in wanting to take advantage of the situation. Because I attacked here out of his expectations, he gave up halfway. However, some clues might have been left behind. Are you not interested? Hearing Yin Zhaoge's words, the hearts of Yin Gang and the others all jolted slightly. Yin Zhaoge was not of the sacred evil sect. If Lin Qiansheng had not come here to stand up for those of his lineage, why had he specially rushed here? Just helping Yin Zhaoge to be the scapegoat was clearly not sufficient to trouble this evil saint. After all, no one had known before that Yin Zhaoge was actually powerful to such an extent that he could shake the balance of power in the vast ocean world. In that case, Lin Qiansheng's actions were truly thought-provoking. Amidst their thoughts, they followed Yin Zhaoge's footsteps, moving towards the interior of the bewildering maze sea. Even the powerful, terrifying aura of the chief of Soul Shocking Island, who had not appeared before them, followed. The Northern Ocean clone brought Yin Zhaoge and Fu Enshu along. Yin Zhaoge paid attention to the surrounding activity. Since he knew that Lin Qiansheng cultivated in the illusory shadow demonic art, he had to be exceptionally careful. The traces he had left behind would not be easy to discover. The bewildering maze sea itself possesses the power of confusion which will eliminate many traces, Yin Zhaoge pondered slightly. Still, from the looks of it, he seems to be searching for something. While the others were dubious, they were even more tempted. Something that could cause the evil Saint Lin Qiansheng to be mesmerized by it was naturally extraordinary. Still, having been disturbed by Yin Zhaoge like this, there was naturally no need for him to search for it. Next, he would have to pay more attention to concealing his tracks, lest others take advantage of his weakness to sneak in. Seeing that there were no other clues left, Yin Zhaoge stood where he was and pondered for a while before smiling and shaking his head. He leisurely waved goodbye to the others. "Everyone, I have finished what I have to do here. There is naturally no need for me to stay any longer. Let's meet again." True essence surged within the acupoints of the Northern Ocean clone, streams of light transforming into wings that unfurled, sweeping Yin Zhaoge and Fu Enshu along as they instantly flew tens of thousands of kilometers away, vanishing into the distance. The vast ocean world martial practitioners all did not know whether to laugh or to cry, their emotions complex to the extreme as they did not know what to say for a time. It was just that everyone was currently thinking about various things, all of them related to Yin Zhaoge. With his first move, he had slain the chief of Spirit Rhino Island, Fong Can, of the Seven Pillars of Good, also pointing out the weakness of the chief of the Sacred Evil Sect, Lin Qiancheng, of the Six Evil Sects. Every single thing shook the heavens beneath the heavens. What kind of changes would this mysterious youth who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere bring to the vast ocean world? Whatever the case, however, even if Yin Zhaoge vanished from this world, he had already become a legend, destined to leave behind a heavy, colorful stroke in the history books of the vast ocean world. Powerful auras approached from other directions. Everyone was jolted awake, knowing that they were the Palace Lord of Water Crystal Palace, the chief of the Blood Dragon sect and the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect who had hurried over. For a time, the numerous experts of the vast ocean world actually congregated here. Still, very quickly, the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect and the chief of Soul Shocking Island were the first to retreat, the evil martial practitioners also remaining vigilant against the forces of good as they retreated. Those of the forces of good did not pursue them. Everyone needed time to digest everything that had happened today, as they had to reconsider the future development of the situation as well as their own grand plans. It was instead Yin Zhaoge himself who had stirred up a storm, who was currently feeling rather relaxed and happy. Looking at the Northern Ocean clone beside him, Yin Zhaoge was all smiles. Oh, it is indeed useful. Still, its cultivation base is much higher than mine, and controlling it requires a lot of mental effort. When this clone fights with others, it would not be so convenient for me to act myself. Fu Inshu pointed at him, showing off. Yin Zhaoge chuckled, not speaking. To be continued. Chapter 522. Looking at Yin Zhaoge's lazy appearance, Fu Inshu shook her head and laughed. After laughing, Fu Inshu asked curiously, "Still, how were you able to refine the mortal shell of a martial saint as your clone while still in the martial grandmaster realm? Even with the help of that sweet pouring raindrops, it should still have been beyond my capabilities?" Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change. It should be related to my essence talisman. When I cultivated to the mid-essence spirit stage, I obtained 10 spirit leaves, of which the rune inscribed on the 10th leaf was rather special. That was something that I gained from comprehending the principles of the heavens and the earth during my cultivation. It is profound beyond words, hard to describe. Still, it must have contained some sort of profound principles within, helping me to succeed today. Fu Inshu recalled, nodding slowly, "It is indeed profound. I saw your father's 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers that year, and it was also profound and indiscernible. Still, it didn't seem to be as deep as yours." She sighed in admiration. Spirit leaves and spirit flowers are everyone's fortuitous encounters, yet also a manifestation of one's accumulated understanding of martial arts. Being able to have such a fortuitous encounter is inextricably linked to the foundation that you have normally established. Yin Zhaoge chuckled. "I think so too." Seeing his shameless look, Fu Inshu was not vexed. "Right. While I have not supervised your cultivation, I know that you have always been very hard-working." Yin Zhaoge asked, "How are your injuries, Senior Apprentice Ant?" "I fought with someone just now. If I want to completely recover, some time will be needed," Fu Inshu said. "Instead, are we heading to Changli Mountain now?" Yin Zhaoge nodded. "That's right. Directly passing through the Spirit Rhino Sea now, we will be able to head to the Directionless Sea without any obstructions." Let alone the fact that Fong Can was already dead. Even if he was still alive, he would still be powerless to stop Yin Zhaoge from bringing the Northern Ocean clone through the Spirit Rhino Sea. Changli Mountain should have already received news of what happened here in the Deep Sea Corridor and the bewildering Maze Sea. If by Jing Kong and his wife are still around, hearing the descriptions of my appearance, they should be able to guess my identity. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Still, from the looks of it, the higher echelons of Changli Mountain should still be tight-lipped. Senior apprentice brother Sue became a guest elder there, living together with little June all these years. There have not been much news of them in the vast ocean world, as they were just ordinary solitary practitioners. Fu Inshu looked slightly despondent. As you say, it has already been around 7 to 8 years since they came to the vast ocean world. I wonder how that child Yuzhen is doing now. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge scratched his head a little. This is really hard to say. We will only know when we have arrived at Changli Mountain. Fu, said Fu. Mountain Yin, mountainly Fu, Tian Fu, Inshu Fu. Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone transformed into a great rock, grabbing both Yin Zhaoge and Fu Inshu with its claws as it spread its wings, riding the wind and traveling at a high speed. Fu Inshu did not suffer from any turbulence. Raising his head to look at his Northern Ocean clone, Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly. The Northern Ocean Marshal, Saint Zhuang Kun, indeed possessed shocking martial prowess. Sadly, he perished midway. Otherwise, he might have had a chance to head to the world beyond worlds in the future. Yin Zhaoge was rather in favor of Zhuang Kun's martial Dao, as it had its unique aspects. Now that he had become his Northern Ocean clone, he could similarly cultivate and raise his strength. Yin Zhaoge was calculating what kind of supreme martial arts he should pair with in order to allow the Northern Ocean clone to improve even more quickly. This clone already possessed the body of a martial saint. The martial arts that he had originally cultivated and had been extremely stable, as it would instead not be good for him to change and cultivate in supreme martial arts like the peerless heavenly scripture. Forcibly changing it might just be learning to walk like a child, the gains not making up for the losses. Still, it is not that there is no way. It just needs to be done slowly and gradually. As Yin Zhaoge pondered, his true martial spirit talisman appeared above his head, shining brightly. To Yin Zhaoge, there was another meaning to his ascension into the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm. Strange and graceful talisman characters flashed in his eyes. He raised a palm above his head before flipping it over, slapping downwards. His movements were broad, simple and heavy. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge's entire aura was different as he resembled a descended divinity. Accompanied by the flip of his palm, the heavens and the earth seemed to reverse as the sky smashed downwards. Beneath that palm, it was like the heavens were collapsing. It was precisely one of Broad Creed Mountain's 3 supreme martial arts, the heavenly Broad Creed Palm. Still, the heavenly Broad Creed Palm that Yin Zhaoge executed now seemed somewhat different from before. Above Yin Zhaoge's head, other than the true martial spirit talisman with the peerless heavenly scripture as its foundation, another essence talisman was shockingly gradually condensing. As this talisman manifested, the aura of Yin Zhaoge's heavenly Broad Creed Palm rose unceasingly, as it actually seemed like the heavens and the earth were about to be overturned. It was not just the heavens and the earth. All the principles of this world seemed to be reversing along with it. Yin and yang, light and darkness, cold and heat, speed and inactivity, and so on appeared one after another, with the momentum of being overturned. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Broad Creed Mountain's supreme martial art, the heavenly Broad Creed Palm, had been obtained by their founder, the heaven-establishing old man Xiao Yuan, from analyzing the legacies of the Jade Clear Direct lineage of pre-Great Calamity times, having been developed to this day. Meanwhile, this Jade Clear Direct lineage martial art that he had unearthed was the cyclic heavenly scripture that was ranked alongside the peerless heavenly scripture and the life creation heavenly scripture. The cyclic heavenly scripture was of the orthodox direct lineage of the Jade Clear lineage, signifying the overturning of the heavens and overturning the earth. Its fundamental profundities and essential principles were not just the mere overturning of the heavens and the earth, but the reversal of 2 extremities. The principle that it researched was the essence of the power that caused even the heavens and the earth to be overturned. It could similarly be manifested in reversing yin and yang, reversing heaven and earth, intersecting movement and inactivity, reversing heat and coldness, and so on and so forth. The two extremities that seemed opposite were instead intimately combined as one. Grasping the crux of this, a bit of power would be able to overturn the heavens and the earth, thus forming incomparable power. This was the true intent of the cyclic heavenly scripture, a powerful supreme martial art like the cyclic heavenly seal that could reign supreme over all ages, its fame resounding through the ages. In the past, the head disciple of the Jade, clear lineage's founder, the Lord of primordial beginning, the Lord of broad accomplishment, had been proficient in this art. He had also possessed a supreme treasure of the same name, the cyclic heavenly seal, which had slain countless experts in that legendary era. The current heavenly broad creed palm of Broad Creed Mountain was actually a variant and derivative of the incomplete cyclic heavenly seal. When Yin Zhaoge had chosen his 3 supreme martial arts that year, he had not chosen the limitless heavenly sword that he was most familiar with or the immeasurable heavenly saber that his father cultivated in. Instead, choosing the heavenly broad creed palm. It had actually been to establish a foundation for this day. While he did not cultivate in it, being proficient in the cyclic heavenly scripture had allowed Yin Zhaoge to achieve twice the results with half the effort when learning the heavenly broad creed palm. Whether it was in terms of cultivation speed or comprehension of martial arts, he had far surpassed others. Now, with the foundation established by the heavenly broad creed palm being converted into the cyclic heavenly seal, he would soon be able to attain minor accomplishments in it. Having stepped into the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm and condensed his true martial spirit talisman, Yin Zhaoge would now be able to start cultivating in other supreme martial arts besides the peerless heavenly scripture. To be continued. Chapter 5:23. Another true martial spirit talisman was slowly condensing above his head. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm as his breathing coincided with the principles of the heavenly Tao. Amidst his breathing, a surging power seemed to agglomerate. A person's simple breathing at any time and any place actually contained the principle of one withdrawing and one releasing, the two extremes reversing. The great Tao was simple as it contained infinite profundities. Yin Zhaoge had achieved minor success in cultivating in the cyclic heavenly scripture. Even if he did not specially circulate his martial arts, he would secretly accumulate power amidst his breathing, causing his martial arts to grow deeper and deeper. Bit by bit, his cultivation base grew stronger and stronger, as though he was cultivating at every single moment, every single instant. This was indisputably of great benefit to the increase of his cultivation base, allowing him to cultivate much faster than other martial practitioners, saving innumerable amounts of time as well. Under normal circumstances, the higher one's cultivation base, the harder it would be for them to make breakthroughs, the more time and effort they would have to expend. However, Yin Zhaoge, who had some success in cultivating in the cyclic heavenly scripture, could go against the flow, breaking through this norm. Taoism was supreme, the direct lineage of the 3 clear lineages. Whether it was the peerless heavenly scripture or the cyclic heavenly scripture, they both possessed boundless miraculous uses. As Yin Zhaoge cultivated, he was brought along by the Northern Ocean clone, traversing the Spirit Rhino Sea and heading to the Directionless Sea. At the same time, Yin Zhaoge took out that dark green bamboo branch of his, appraising it as he pondered. Perhaps it should be called a bamboo cane now. The bamboo joints had already grown to 4, each a foot long. The entire bamboo cane was now 4 feet long, having also become a little thicker than it had been initially. Even this bamboo cane could cause high-grade spirit artifacts to be unable to withstand it, having to retreat in order to avoid it. With it, mid-grade spirit artifacts could now be directly shattered into smithereens. Yin Zhaoge lightly brushed past the dark green bamboo cane, gazing at the faint purple light that flickered on its surface. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhaoge opened the internal crystal furnace, throwing the bamboo cane within once more. Most of the mid-grade spirit artifacts that Yin Zhaoge had obtained earlier had been thrown into the internal crystal furnace, merging with this dark green bamboo cane. Now, Yin Zhaoge was going to throw in high-grade spirit artifacts. Whether it was in the Eight Extremities world or the vast ocean world, high-grade spirit artifacts were extremely precious existences. Even for sacred grounds like Broad Creed Mountain, the Sacred Sun Clan, the Heavenly Thunder Hall, or even Water Crystal Palace, the Dragon Slayer Sect, Spirit Rhino Island, the Sacred Evil Sect, and Chongli Mountain, high-grade spirit artifacts could only barely be allocated to martial grandmasters of the Essence Talisman realm and above, with no excess. For some newly advanced early Essence Talisman martial grandmasters, if they were not proficient in forging artifacts themselves, they would even have to use mid-grade spirit artifacts for a period of time. And if it was an Essence Talisman martial grandmaster amongst solitary practitioners, it was extremely rare for them to possess a high-grade spirit artifact. Being able to possess the high-grade spirit artifact, the Green Abyss Sword, while still at the Essence Spirit stage like Yin Zhaoge, was an exception amongst exceptions. While Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di unceasingly analyzed and strengthened the internal crystal furnace, they were still unable to mass-produce high-grade spirit artifacts now. Yin Zhaoge had once considered for a moment whether he should keep his high-grade spirit artifact with him. Even if he didn't use it, he could share it with others. Still, after thinking about it, Yin Zhaoge still decided to smelt it into his dark green bamboo cane. A spirit rhino orb and a jade light mirror were both thrown into the internal crystal furnace by Yin Zhaoge. The jade light mirror aside, the spirit rhino orb had been the guardian treasure of Spirit Rhino Island. In the end, following Fong Can's death, it had fallen into Yin Zhaoge's hands as well. Not just the death of their chief Fong Can. This high-grade spirit artifact having been lost was also the reason why all of Spirit Rhino Island had been so anxious, unwilling to let the matter rest. Still, Yin Zhaoge ignored them as he happily sent the Spirit Rhino orb into the internal crystal furnace. If the seniors of the clan find out, don't scold me for being a wastrel, treating a high-grade spirit artifact as firewood. High-grade spirit artifacts possessed extremely high spirituality and also possessed majestic power, such that the internal crystal furnace was even somewhat unable to bear it, as it required the assistance of the Northern Ocean clone before it could continue circulating. Just like that, Yin Zhaoge cultivated while forging treasures, being brought along by the Northern Ocean clone as they flew through the horizon. Due to him being distracted, the Northern Ocean clone did not advance quickly. Still, as a martial saint, he was incomparably swift in his movements. Even though he was moving slowly, he still very quickly traversed the Spirit Rhino Sea, arriving at the Directionless Sea. As they neared the border between the Directionless Sea and the Spirit Rhino Sea, Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. A few figures appeared indistinctly up ahead. One of them was clearly the Chongli Mountain martial practitioner whom he had met once before, by Jinkong. The great rock retracted its wings, revealing the figures of Yin Zhaoge and Fu Inshu. The Northern Ocean clone stood quietly behind Yin Zhaoge. Seeing Yin Zhaoge's appearance, Bai Jinkong instead heaved a sigh of relief as he first bowed. "Young Master Yin, I trust that you have been well." Yin Zhaoge smiled, nodding, "I trust that you have been well." Seeing this, the other Chongli Mountain martial practitioners beside Bai Jinkong all relaxed as well. After having seen Yin Zhaoge's appearance from various channels, Bai Jinkong had recognized him. With this, they had at least first confirmed that Yin Zhaoge was not of the evil Dao. Also, with their previous relationship, it would also be more convenient for Chongli Mountain to interact with him. First, not speaking of what would happen in the future, the strength that Yin Zhaoge had displayed now, at the very least, was worthy of Chongli Mountain expressing goodwill towards them. As for the problem of Spirit Rhino Island, it was not a conflict between good and evil as a whole. With Spirit Rhino Island having been damaged, it was impossible for Chongli Mountain to stand up for them. The relationship between the two sides was not usually that harmonious, with conflicts and friction occurring from time to time. With Spirit Rhino Island having been damaged and Fong Can having perished, it was not beneficial for the martial practitioners of good to compete with the martial practitioners of evil. However, if Yin Zhaoge was willing to lend a hand, it would be much better than Fong Kansas. Therefore, those of Chongli Mountain were very relaxed and friendly. The other Changli Mountain martial practitioners immediately came forward to greet Yin Zhaoge and the others. Yin Zhaoge first introduced Fu Inshu to them. Fu Inshu had previously heard that Shui Fei and Shi Jun were doing quite well at Changli Mountain. Now that she was facing the martial practitioners of Changli Mountain, she felt somewhat cordial. Right, Elder Bai, I wonder if my senior apprentice brother and junior apprentice nephew are currently at your Changli Mountain? Yin Zhaoge was also concerned about the situation of Su Fei and the others. Bai Jingkong said, Mr. Su is currently on the mountain, looking after nephew Shi Jun's mother. If it's nephew Shi Jun, he was already out before our clan received news of you. I have already sent someone to contact him. Speaking of this, young Master Yin, you caused such a huge commotion this time that everyone in the entire vast ocean world knows about it. Nephew Shi Jun will definitely know about it as well. I believe that he will return to the mountain very soon. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Elder Bai overpraises me. If not for Spirit Rhino Island finding trouble with me, I would not have intended to make a move at all. I have always been hoping to come to your side as soon as possible. As they conversed, they returned to Changli Mountain together. From the looks of the other party, Yin Zhaoge knew that after confirming his identity, Changli Mountain would definitely contact Water Crystal Palace and the Spirit Returning Sect very quickly. This was also a good thing. The blame that Fong Can and Lin Qiansheng had jointly placed on his head could now be removed. Even if there had been no harm done to him earlier, being made a scapegoat was still something that made him unhappy. Indeed, having arrived at Directionless Island, where Changli Mountain was located, they saw a man who resembled a mountain, deep as an abyss and deep as a mountain, standing there waiting for them. The man's face was brimming with a joyous smile. It was precisely Su Fei. To be continued. Chapter 524. Su Fei first bowed towards Fu Inshu before smiling and hugging Yin Zhaoge. He appraised Yin Zhaoge. Oh, your age. Yin Zhaoge smiled and nodded. Only a little over a year has passed there. Shui Fei shook his head and laughed. Fu Inshu asked, How is Yuzhen? Zhaoge's judgment is very accurate. The Rainbow Dawn Chalcedony is indeed helpful for sister-in-law Yuzhen's condition. Shui Fei retracted his smile and said with a serious expression, The current situation is much better than before, but sister-in-law Yuzhen has yet to wake up. Su Fei's expression was still comparatively more relaxed. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge and Fu Inshu also relaxed. On this directionless island, I was pleasantly surprised to find a spirit spring. The spring water is also effective for sister-in-law Yuzhen. However, the spring water dried up a few decades ago. Now, only a small amount of spring water is produced. Shui Fei said as he walked. I will now suppress the ice coffin containing sister-in-law Yuzhen's body directly under the spring. I just don't know how long it will take. I must thank the friends of Changli Mountain for allowing us to borrow the spirit spring. Bai Jingkong and the others hurriedly said that there was no need, and Yin Zhaoge and Fu Inshu expressed their thanks once more. After visiting the chief of Changli Mountain, the other party very considerately did not keep Yin Zhaoge and the others any longer, allowing them to head straight to the spirit spring in the back mountain and check on Yuzhen's situation. After analyzing the spring water for a moment, Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly, to think that it could be found in this vast ocean world, the ocean scorching spring. It is indeed effective for sister-in-law Yuzhen. Sadly, the spring water is almost dried up, and we can only slowly grind it out now. He sighed. I'm afraid it will take many more years. The sea-scorching spring is not easy to carry around. It needs running water to be effective. Yin Zhaoge looked rather worriedly at Su Fei. I had originally intended to bring you back home, back to the Eight Extremities world this time. Shui Fei smiled and shook his head. It's fine. June, and I will continue to stand guard here. Don't worry about us. Yin Zhaoge said, Seeing that you are safe and sound now, we can finally rest a little more at ease. Shui Fei asked, How is the current situation in the Eight Extremities world? As this was mentioned, Yin Zhaoge and Fu Inshu exchanged glances, their expressions both turning rather gloomy. Yin Zhaoge picked out the key pieces of information, summarizing them for Su Fei to hear. There were various pieces of news, both good and bad. The invasion of the 9 underworlds in the Earth domain had been repelled. The Flame Devils had been sealed in the East Sea and would not be able to cause trouble for a very long time. Yendi had transcended mortality and entered sainthood, his might presiding over the entire 8 extremities world as he presided arrogantly over the entire 8 extremities world. Yuan Zhengfeng's disappearance, Fang Zhuan's heavy injuries, Feng Yunsheng and Yin Liuhua's situation unknown, their fates unknown, caused Xue Fei to knit his brows in worry. The main problem with Grandmaster is that he fell into space-time turbulence. I don't know where he went, so it's difficult to find him. Yin Zhaoge said softly. Still, there is no need to worry too much about his safety. While he has lost an arm, he is still a martial saint and a veteran of the world. He should be able to turn the situation around. Second, martial uncle, it'll be fine as long as he recuperates. I've dealt with him before I left, and I can confirm that his life is no longer in danger. Yin Zhaoge rubbed his temples. Instead, it's junior apprentice sister Feng and the others whose situation is unknown. They might be facing a life-and-death crisis. Even without those of the Sacred Sun clan making a move, if they were swept into the power of the seal, it would also be a situation of certain death for them. After a long time, Xue Fei exhaled a long, turbid breath. I hope that they can turn the situation around. Yin Zhaoge fell silent. He felt a rare anxiety creeping up from the bottom of his heart, requiring him to control it unceasingly as he warned himself to remain calm and rational. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Fu Inshu seemed to have felt something. Still, she did not speak in the end, just letting out a sigh that was hard to understand. Xue Fei changed the topic. Grandmaster is missing. Chief is sealing the Flame Devils in the East Sea, and Senior Apprentice Uncle Fong is still in a deep slumber from his heavy injuries. Then, are the 2 Grand Elders in charge of the clan now? Yin Zhaoge stabilized his mind, saying, Elder Zhang is sitting over the clan. After Second Apprentice Uncle has been sent back to the mountain, he should be helping to look after them and treat their injuries. Elder, he went to the East Sea together with my father. Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Fu Inshu, who said, Senior Apprentice Uncle, he battled several great Flame Devils alone, one of which was extremely close to being a Flame Devil King, not inferior to our transcending mortality martial grandmasters. Senior Apprentice Uncle, he slew his opponent, also sustaining injuries. Still, his life should not be in danger. If nothing unexpected happens, the 2 Grand Elders should be in charge of the clan now, with Senior Apprentice Brother Chong handling the day-to-day affairs on their behalf. The Senior Apprentice Brother Chong that Fu Inshu spoke of was that previous East Sea First Seed Elder, Chong Zheng. In the Great Tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain, Shirtai of the Disciplinary Hall had perished. It had been Chong Zheng who had returned from the East Sea, taking over the position of First Seed Elder of the Disciplinary Hall. He was the head disciple of the Grand Elder Zhang Kuan, a late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. As compared to Shirtai, Fang Jun, Fu Inshu, and the others, Yin Zhaoge was more unfamiliar with Chong Zheng, who was often not at Broad Creed Mountain. After Chong Zheng had returned to the mountain, it had been Yin Zhaoge's turn to frequently go out, the 2 not having any direct contact. However, just from what he knew, this Senior Apprentice Uncle Chong was also one of the few peak figures of Broad Creed Mountain senior generation, having stepped into the late Essence Talisman stage even earlier than Fu Inshu. Amongst those of the same generation, only Yin Di, Fang Zhuan, and Shi Tai were above him. He had been the First Seed Elder of the West Heaven region, the First Seed Elder of the East Sea, all the way to his current position of First Seed Elder of the Disciplinary Hall. Yin Zhaoge asked, I remember that Senior Apprentice Uncle Chong also went to the East Sea? Fu Inshu nodded. That's right. Still, Senior Apprentice Brother Chong should be fine, not having been injured. Su Fei said, in resisting the simultaneous invasion of the Flame Devils and the 9 underworlds this time, our clan has sacrificed quite a bit. However, as long as we can get through this, the bitterness will be over and the sweetness will begin. Not mentioning anything else, once the seal of the East Sea is completely completed and Chief escapes, there will be no one who can stop him. Yin Zhaoge nodded. Just don't be too careless. He exhaled lightly. Anyway, we have to hurry back as soon as possible. Fu Inshu said, That's right. Now that you have refined a martial Saint Clone, having returned to the Eight Extremities world, you will be a force that cannot be neglected. Especially with junior apprentice brother Yin, Old Man Mo, East Wang, and Song Wuliang unable to leave the East Sea, an additional martial saint of our clan will be of great use. With the clear chi robe and you, it will be sufficient for us to pass through this smoothly, waiting for junior apprentice brother Yin to extricate himself from the East Sea. Su Fei smiled. If junior apprentice sister Feng and the others are blessed by the heavens, our clan will still have a high chance of obtaining the extreme Yin crown. Yin Zhaoga nodded silently. I hope that they will be safe. In the following days, Yin Zhaoga and Fu Inshu remained on Directionless Island. Fu Inshu recuperating from her injuries while Yin Zhaoga analyzed on the martial Dao while patiently waiting for the lofty prestige mirror to recover. At the same time, he also waited for Shi Jun to return to Chongli Mountain. Yin Zhaoga very much hoped to see the already grown Shi Jun unexpectedly. However, Shi Jun did not return. Instead, he received news related to him. What did you say? Yin Zhaoga and Su Fei both looked in shock at Chongli Mountains by Jinkong. Little Jun abducted someone's daughter, their whereabouts now unknown. Chapter 525. Outside, Yin Zhaoga had fought a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning battle with Lin Qiansheng and Fong Can, but he had still avoided exposing his relationship with Su Fei and Shi Jun as much as possible, fearing that they would be implicated. This was especially so after having come to Chongli Mountain this time and learnt that Shi Jun had long since left. Yin Zhaoga rejoiced slightly at his earlier caution. With the flaws of Lin Qiansheng's illusory shadow demonic art having been exposed, he now had to carefully avoid the limelight lest he be encircled. With the chief of Spirit Rhino Island Fong King killed, while there were still many experts, with the sweet pouring Reindew vein that Yin Zhaoga had left behind, they were still at loggerheads with the spirit returning sect. They would not be able to extricate themselves for a while as they were left in a terrible state. However, Yin Zhaoga did not forget that there was another sacred ground-level power of the vast ocean world that had enmity with him, the evil, shifting sect of the six evil sects. The number one essence spirit martial grandmaster of the evil shifting sect, dark evil Jiang Xiong, had been slain by Yin Zhaoga in the bewildering Mei-Si along with a few other martial grandmasters. The news had been spread by Spirit Rhino Island back then. During the Battle of the Deep Sea Corridor, having learnt that Yin Zhaoga had appeared, the evil shifting sect had hurried over as well. Still, whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, they had been a step too late. When the chief of the evil shifting sect had arrived, the Battle of the Deep Sea Corridor had already been concluded. Yin Zhaoga had left after shocking the world. With the Northern Ocean clone present, the chief of the evil shifting sect had not dared to pursue Yin Zhaoga alone, as he could only give up resentfully. Yin Zhaoga had still been a little worried earlier that if those of the evil shifting sect knew of his relationship with Su Fei and Shi Jun, they might make things difficult for Shi Jun. However, he would never have thought that the news he had received had nothing to do with the evil shifting sect at all. Instead, it was that Shi Jun had abducted a female disciple of the Blood Dragon sect, vanishing together with her. What exactly is going on? Yin Zhaoga was tongue-tied as he did not know whether to laugh or to cry. It shouldn't be eloping, right? This kid can do it. I think very highly of him. Bai Jinkong, who had come to report the news, could not laugh. The one who has gone missing is the Blood Dragon sect's chief Shen Shurchin. The Blood Dragon sect has sent back news. It was that Jun who wanted Shuning. Blood sect disciples tried to stop him, but Shi Jun killed 2 of them and heavily injured one. In the end, Shuning was abducted then. She Shuning, her Shuning, and Shuning, he sh, Shui Fei frowned. How is that possible? Yin Zhaoga stroked his lower chin, looking at Su Fei. According to your description of Shi Jun's character these past few days, it doesn't seem like something he would do. According to Shui Fei, Shi Jun's growth was more or less influenced by his father, Shi Songtao. It wasn't that his personality was becoming more and more like Shi Songtao's, but Shi Jun seemed to be intentionally differentiating himself from his father. This was reflected in Shi Jun's inability to tolerate crimes that committed crimes, to the extent that he abhorred evil as if it were his mortal enemy. It was as if he was trying to prove that he was different from Shi Songtao. As Yin Zhaoge saw it, these effects were still within an acceptable range. Still, he still had to be careful. Shi Jun's personality was sensitive and precocious. His life experiences had given him an urgent desire to prove himself. Fortunately, with Su Fei's guidance over the past few years, Shi Jun's character had been very tough aside from his somewhat impatient personality. Just during Yin Zhaoge's stay at Changli Mountain, the Changli Mountain martial practitioners had all praised him greatly. There weren't many who knew of Yin Zhaoge's relationship with Shi Jun, so this kind of evaluation was basically believable. Yin Zhaoge looked at Bai Jingkong. As far as I know, the relationship between the Blood Dragon sect and Changli Mountain is not that harmonious. When Yin Zhaoge had met Bai Jingkong and his wife that year, he had seen them in conflict with the martial practitioners of the Blood Dragon sect, with the other side even attempting to kill them. Bai Jingkong nodded with a sunken expression. That's right. Of the 7 pillars of good, our clan's relationship with the Blood Dragon sect might be the worst. If not for the conflict between good and evil, the 2 sects of the vast ocean world with which Changli Mountain had the worst relationship would be the Blood Dragon sect and the evil, shifting sect. They could virtually be considered mortal enemies. All these years, if not for the 6 evil sects being their common enemy, the relationship between the Blood Dragon sect and Changli Mountain would have worsened even further. Yin Zhaoge spread his hands apart. Therefore, the words of the Blood Dragon sect cannot be trusted. They might just be making use of this as a pretext to find fault with us. His eyes narrowed into slits, a cold light emanating from within. I am more concerned about where my junior apprentice nephew is now. Su Fei said slowly. Not being able to distinguish right from wrong, we have to first find Jun and hear what he has to say. Bai Jingkong smiled bitterly. The problem now is that we cannot find nephew Shi Jun's whereabouts. He glanced at Yin Zhaoge and Su Fei, not saying anything. Changli Mountain actually also suspected the possibility that Yin Zhaoge had mentioned. In the worst-case scenario, Shi Jun might have already been killed, with the Blood Dragon sect now being the thief calling the thief. Perhaps they don't know about my relationship with senior apprentice brother Su and Jun but the Blood Dragon sect definitely knows that I am at Changli Mountain. Yin Zhaoge's expression had already calmed as he pondered. For the Blood Dragon sect to dare come so brazenly and openly denounce us, they definitely have something to rely on. After all, your Changli Mountain is on extremely good terms with Water Crystal Palace. Either they really have concrete evidence, or Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. You should pay more attention to the movements of Myriad Sword Pool. Bai Jingkong nodded slowly. Seeing Yin Zhaoge and Changli Mountain together, it was equivalent to Water Crystal Palace gaining a powerful ally. The relationship between the Blood Dragon sect and Myriad Sword Pool was destined to grow even closer, especially with the alliance between Myriad Sword Pool and Spirit Rhino Island having been weakened. Yin Zhaoge looked at Bai Jingkong. Where was the last news of Jun? As long as he was still alive, even if his whereabouts were unknown, it would still be impossible for there to be no traces of him at all. As for the possibility that something had already happened to Shi Jun, it was not that Yin Zhaoge had not considered it before. Still, as long as there was still hope, he would not give up. Bai Jingkong said, in the star-shifting sea, the news originates from the Blood Dragon sect. As he said thus, he took out a jade talisman, infusing his true essence within. Radiance shot out from the jade talisman, condensing into an illusory scene of light. Within the illusory scene, 2 groups of people were seated facing each other within a great hall, the atmosphere extremely tense. A longtime elder of Changli Mountain said in a heavy tone, while Shi Jun is not a disciple of my Changli Mountain, having grown up in my Changli Mountain since young, this old man is very clear on his character. It is definitely impossible for him to be a rapist. The group of people opposite them were naturally those of the Blood Dragon sect. Their leader, an old man, was seething with rage. You still want to protect such a beast? This old man flashed a jade talisman as well. An illusory scene of light similarly appeared on the jade talisman, seemingly having been left behind by what had happened back then. A youth wielding a sword in his right hand viciously stabbed someone to death. Meanwhile, he was carrying another person under his left armpit. It was a woman. After stabbing an opponent to death, even more people surrounded him. This youth brought that woman along as he leapt into an oceanic whirlpool, instantly vanishing from sight. As Yin Zhaoge and Su Fei were separated by 2 layers of light, the scene was inevitably somewhat distorted. Senior apprentice Brother Su? Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Su Fei. Su Fei nodded. It's June. Chapter 5:26. Yin Zhaoge continued looking at the image of light as he saw a Chongli Mountain elder say in a heavy tone, "We can only see the 2 of them leaving together. What can this prove?" The Blood Dragon sect elder was enraged. The daughter of our sect's chief was abducted by someone of your Chongli Mountain, her fate unknown now. You still dare to speak sarcastically here? Hearing his words, another Chongli Mountain elder who appeared to be a middle-aged man snorted exasperatedly. They jumped into the oceanic whirlpool, indeed vanishing without a trace. Still, who knows what happened afterwards? Perhaps they have already fallen into your hands, yet you still come to my Chongli Mountain to make a fuss, finding fault for no reason. I should be the one to ask you, where are they? The Blood Dragon sect elder was enraged. Good. You want to make a false accusation now? That little bastard surnamed sure caused a huge disaster. If he did not return to seek your protection, where else could he have run off to? That Chongli Mountain elder said coldly. As for the cause of this matter, it is still hard to say. Let's just believe what you say for now. There are a total of 3 parties. Sure June is not here, nor is sect master Shun's daughter. How can the words of only one party be believed? A middle-aged woman of the Blood Dragon sect raised her palm, stopping her enraged fellow disciple before saying, "Your words are right. Please hand over Sure June and Ying, so that we can confront them face to face." The Chongli Mountain elder snorted. I already said long ago that they have not returned to the mountain. He gazed at the people of the Blood Dragon sect. We would also very much like to know where they are. A Blood Dragon sect elder said furiously, "We have no intention of beating around the bush with you here. With every second that passes, Ying, will be in more danger. Our 2 sects have indeed had many conflicts in the past. Our sect's disciples were defeated by that brat Sure June, and we can't blame him for their lack of skill. However, 2 of our sect disciples have died under his sword, and Inger has been kidnapped. There must be an explanation for this result." That female elder of the Blood Dragon sect scanned the people of Chongli Mountain before her, saying slowly, "You say that Sure June is not here. Then what about his master? You wouldn't say that he is not here as well, right?" The image of the jade talisman by Jinkong had brought with him ended here. He sighed and looked at Shui Fei. Sect leader Martial Uncle would like to invite Brother Shui to the main hall. Please forgive me for the reason. Su Fei said, Elder Bai is polite. Whether or not the words of the Blood Dragon sect are true or false, it is only right that I appear. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Bai Jinkong said, Young Master Yin, I feel that it would be best if you don't reveal yourself first. You could try searching for nephew Sure June in private. If we can find dear nephew Sure June faster than the Blood Dragon sect, the situation will definitely be much more beneficial to us. If you act privately, it will not be easy for news of you to leak out. Yin Zhaoge glanced at Bai Jinkong. He understood the hidden meaning behind his words. Although she trusted Sure June's character, this matter was very awkward. Out of all the things he shouldn't have done, Sure June had really brought Shenning away. If anything were to happen, things would not be clear. What was reasonable could easily become unreasonable. Chongli Mountain would definitely not give in before the Blood Dragon sect, stubbornly standing their ground no matter what. However, if the fault really lay with Sure June and Chongli Mountain was in the wrong, Water Crystal Palace and the Spirit Returning sect would not be able to make an appearance. Due to the threat of the six evil sects, while there were many internal conflicts amongst the seven pillars of good, they were still able to get by on the surface. When Hai Jingjie and the others had pursued by Jing Kong and his wife that year, they had also wanted to slay them in the foreign floating life world with no bystanders present. Hai Jingjie and the other Blood Dragon sect disciples had been killed by Yin Zhaoge. Finally, over at the vast ocean world, they had also gone missing. Bai Jing Kong and his wife had not spread the news, only reporting it to the higher echelons of their sect. With killing and kidnapping this time, there were many eyewitnesses as well. The matter seemed to be on the verge of blowing up at any moment. The one who had been kidnapped was also a young and beautiful female disciple. The effects would be even worse, as those who heard it would often develop some bad guesses. This was also the reason why the Blood Dragon sect had been so enraged, especially when the one who had been kidnapped was the daughter of their chief. This was equivalent to a slap on the face of the entire Blood Dragon sect. Yin Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "Senior apprentice brother Su, you should go take a look first." Su Fei and Bai Jing Kong left together, Yin Zhaoge closing his eyes in thought as he muttered to himself, "The anxious looks of the Blood Dragon sect do not seem to be an act." In Chongli Mountain's General Hall, Su Fei cupped his hands, greeting everyone within. The gazes of those of the Blood Dragon sect seemed as though they wanted to devour him. Su Fei's expression did not change as he said calmly, "While my disciple is mischievous and a little hot-tempered, he is definitely not someone who does not know what is important and what is not. He would also not commit crimes such as rape and plunder." That female elder of the Blood Dragon sect said slowly, "What you mean is that we are slandering you and your disciple." Su Fei was neither servile nor overbearing. "This Su's evaluation of my disciple is that he has done the right thing. You say that my disciple has kidnapped someone. This is similarly a one-sided story. How will it convince the masses? In order to ascertain the truth, there is no better way than to find the people involved first. My disciple is currently indeed not at Chongli Mountain or Directionless Island. There is even no news of him in the Directionless Sea." Su Fei said in a heavy tone, "You are worried about the safety of your sect's disciple. This Su is similarly worried about that disciple of mine. Following this, I will attempt to find him. Your sect can send someone to accompany me." A Blood Dragon sect elder snorted coldly. "You are quick to deny it. His problem is not just kidnapping. 2 of our sect's disciples died at his hands." Su Fei raised his brows. "While I will offend your sect, if someone from your sect comes to kill this Su can only take it on first before thinking about the future. At that time, I would not have just stood there and allowed myself to be beaten without retaliating." That Blood Dragon sect elder stared. The middle-aged woman beside him waved her hands before looking straight at Su Fei. "All right, whatever it is, let's first find him. Do you have any clues?" Su Fei said mildly, "If your sect words are all true and that oceanic whirlpool is indeed where my disciple and your sect's disciples last disappeared, there might be a chance." That Blood Dragon sect female elder directly stood up from her chair. "When do we leave?" Su Fei swiveled his head to look at those of Chongli Mountain, whose chief Gao Tianzhong said, "Our sect will not ignore this. We will dispatch someone to accompany you and those of the Blood Dragon sect." "In that case, thank you, Chief Gao." Su Fei nodded, sucking in a deep breath. "I just need to make some preparations. We can set off in an hour." Su Fei returned to the mouth of the ocean scorching spring, meeting with Yin Zhaoge. After a brief discussion, Yin Zhaoge said, "No matter what, let's first find Jun. Right. Still, there is something that you need to know, Zhaoge. While the vast ocean world is suitable for Qi cultivators to cultivate in, the flow of spiritual Qi is still much different at the end of the day. Some strange arts that can be used in our 8 extremities world cannot be used here." Su Fei secretly reminded him via sound transmission. For example, the Blood Soul Recollection ceremony cannot be used here. Therefore, just finding little Jun and the daughter of the Blood Dragon sect chief is still not sufficient. There is still some wrangling to be done. Yin Zhaoge chuckled. "As long as Jun is fine, everything else, whether it is fighting or wrangling, I don't care. Senior apprentice brother Su, do you have a way to find Jun?" I don't have much confidence, but I can try. Saying thus, Su Fei handed a jade sword to Yin Zhaoge. To be continued. Chapter 5:27. Yin Zhaoge kept the sword before settling down in Yuzhen within the ocean-scorching spring along with Su Fei before leaving. Su Fei went to rendezvous with those of Changli Mountain and the Blood Dragon sect, while Yin Zhaoge found by Jinkong, saying, "My senior apprentice Aunt Fu is currently in secluded cultivation recovering from her injuries. Do not disturb her for now. After she has left seclusion, invite her over to the ocean-scorching spring." Bai Jingkong nodded in agreement. As Yin Zhaoge continued, "Can you give me a detailed introduction of the situation in the star-shifting sea?" "I'll find someone for you," Bai Jingkong said. Then he found a Changli Mountain martial practitioner who was relatively familiar with the star-shifting sea. After earnestly listening to the other party's explanation of the situation, Yin Zhaoge expressed his thanks and took his leave. The star-shifting sea was located to the east of the vast ocean world, its territory densely covered with starlight springs numbering in the tens of thousands. The Starlight Spring was a special landscape. The spring was located at the bottom of the sea, and a large amount of light similar to starlight would occasionally gather, spurting out like a fountain. When it was large enough, it rushed out of the sea and lit up the sky. However, this kind of light flow was not beneficial to humans. Because there were too many starstream light springs in the stellar shifting sea, they erupted one after another. Hence, the stellar shifting sea was enveloped by the light flow all year round. In the star-shifting sea, it was very difficult for human martial artists to cultivate. Hence, to most martial artists, this place was a forbidden land. However, there were also a large number of special products and treasures that attracted people to enter temporarily to search for treasures. Previously, Shi Jun left his mountain and came here. On one hand, he wanted to train himself. On the other hand, he wanted to try and find a way to treat his mother, Ing Yuzhen. After entering the star-shifting sea, the area enveloped by the light would greatly affect a cultivator's perception. At the same time, communication would be inconvenient. According to what the Blood Dragon sect had said, Chief Shun Shiqing's daughter, Shun Ing, had also entered the star-shifting sea to temper herself. Who knew that something had happened to her? Shi Jun and Shun Ing had leapt into the oceanic whirlpool together. The Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners had gone down to search for them, only to discover that the oceanic whirlpool just so happened to lead to the vein of a starlight spring. No one knew which spring the two had left from, thus their tracks had been lost, making it hard to track them down. If it really leads to a starlight spring, Shi Jun and the others might really be able to shake off the pursuing forces of the Blood Dragon sect. Having arrived at the star-shifting sea, after having inspected the unique characteristics of a starlight spring, Yin Zhaoge pondered, but afterwards, where did they go? If Shi Jun had indeed not fallen into the hands of those of the Blood Dragon sect, and was instead safe and sound, the Blood Dragon sect's judgment would indeed be correct. Whether or not Shi Jun was in the right, he would definitely first think of a way to return to Changli Mountain in the Directionless Sea, looking for his master Su Fei and Changli Mountain to think of a solution together. At the very least, he should contact Xue Fei and explain the situation to him. Now that there was no news of him, it seemed that the current situation did not allow him to do so. Yin Zhaoge pondered, gazing straight at the great sea before him that seemed to be enveloped by a dense fog of light, striding within. As he traveled through it, he would occasionally see starlight shining from the surface of the sea nearby. It was as if the bottom of the sea was the starry sky of the universe. Intermittently, a meteor streaked past, and then the starlight broke through the surface of the water and rushed up to the sky, bringing with it an expanse of light and monstrous waves. The entire star-shifting sea was in such an environment all year round, regardless of day or night. As Yin Zhaoge traversed the star-shifting sea, even as he made sure to conceal his tracks, he was also unceasingly observing the surrounding situation. Within the star-shifting sea, other martial practitioners could still be seen from time to time. There were solitary martial practitioners who had come to try their luck, as well as disciples of the various major sects of good and evil. For the sake of some treasures, there would often be conflict between them, especially between martial practitioners of good and evil. In such a chaotic place, it was the front lines of conflict. What Yin Zhaoge noticed was that the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners he encountered along the way were clearly more numerous than those of the other sections. From the looks of it, they were in groups of 3 to 5, scattered in all directions as they seemed to be in the midst of searching. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge nodded to himself. It looks like Jun-Er has indeed not fallen into their hands yet. Like this, Yin Zhaoge's originally worried heart was instantly put at ease. As long as Shijun had not fallen into their hands, he would not have to hold back, as he would be able to do many things freely. Yin Zhaoge fiddled with the jade sword that Xue Fei had handed to him. Then, where is Jun-Er now? He has not contacted home all this time. Is it because he is trapped somewhere? According to Xue Fei, Shijun possessed a sword as well. When the two swords were close to each other, they would sense each other. The closer they were, the more intense the connection would be. Wielding the jade sword, Yin Zhaoge ventured deep into the star-shifting sea, heading in the direction indicated by the Blood Dragon sect to where Shijun and Shuning had first vanished. That was a small island. After nearing it, Yin Zhaoge could clearly feel that there were more Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners in the vicinity. There were longtime experts of the sect, as well as younger disciples with comparatively lower cultivation bases. From the inside out, they unceasingly searched for clues as to where Shijun and Shuning had vanished. After observing for a moment, Yin Zhaoge did not discover anything. The small island itself was not small. It was said that on the day of the incident, Shijun and those of the Blood Dragon sect had both rested on this island, even having come into contact with each other. Due to the disharmony between Chongli Mountain and the Blood Dragon sect, they had parted on bad terms, nearly coming to blows. In the end, Shuning had appeared and pacified the other Blood Dragon sect disciples. At that time, there had been people of other sects on the island who had witnessed the incident from the side, all of them praising the generous and gentle Shuning, who knew that something would happen that very night. Shijun had abducted Shuning, killing and injuring 3 Blood Dragon sect disciples. Facing the encirclement of many other Blood Dragon sect disciples, he had brought Shuning along as he leapt into the ocean whirlpool and fled. As news of this spread, those of the other sects of good were mostly rather dissatisfied with Shijun. Even if the two sides were not on good terms, it would still be fine if he had challenged them to a duel, but abducting someone's wife and daughter still left most people dissatisfied. Instead, those of the forces of evil rejoiced in his misfortune by the side, even fanning the flames as they praised Shijun unceasingly. Unable to find any clues on the small island, Yin Zhaoge found a gap and directly entered that ocean whirlpool, not resisting as he allowed the undercurrents of the ocean whirlpool to sweep him along as he sped along at the bottom of the sea. Finally, everything before him was dazzling. Yin Zhaoge stabilized his figure within the water, knowing that it was the pulse of the starlight spring before him. Yin Zhaoge took out the jade sword, lightly flicking its blade with his finger as he fell into deep thought. After a moment, his true essence roiled on the blade of the sword before he lightly sliced his finger, a drop of blood instantly appearing on the blade. Yin Zhaoge's finger muscles twitched, instantly stopping the bleeding as even a wound could not be seen. That drop of blood that had roiled on the blade of the sword instantly transformed into a thread of blood, traversing every single part of the blade of the sword. The next moment, blood-red light enveloped the entire sword. Yin Zhaoge raised his hand, the sword landing within the bright starlight before him before he too entered it. Amidst the roiling radiance, a streak of blood-red light could be seen flashing past, following the starlight for who knows how long before it suddenly shook before flying out from the mouth of the spring. Yin Zhaoge chased after the streak of blood-red light, also flying out from that mouth of the spring, catching hold of the jade sword once more as he scanned the surrounding region of sea. It should be in the vicinity. Chapter 528. The surrounding region of sea was enveloped by blurry starlight. Whether it was Yin Zhaoga's or the Northern Ocean clone's sensory abilities, they were both greatly affected. The range of their senses was basically limited to where they could see. Still, looking down at the jade sword in his hand, Yin Zhaoga could vaguely feel that some changes seemed to have occurred within. This proved that his most crucial first step was not wrong. Shi Jun should have left from this spring. This way, the range of Shi Jun's whereabouts would be greatly reduced, as it would no longer be so difficult to find him. Following the guidance of the sword, Yin Zhaoga began searching the vicinity. As he searched, Yin Zhaoga discovered that there were Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners in this area as well. Still, they were no different from those of other places, as they were still randomly roaming about like headless flies. While they had enough people virtually conducting a carpet search, wanting to find one or two people in an environment like the star-shifting sea, especially one or two who might be in hiding, no amount of people would be enough. It was really like searching for a needle in a haystack. Still, while he still seemed completely clueless, Yin Zhaoga felt that it was not purely luck that he had been able to find this place. As he silently passed by these Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners, their discussions also vaguely fell into his ears. Wanting to find someone in an environment like the bewildering maze sea and the star-shifting sea is really too difficult. However hard it is, we still have to find him. That kid injured Elder Chang's grandson and abducted Chief's daughter. We have to dig him out, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. That's right, let alone a mere disciple of a guest elder of Chongli Mountain. Even if he was their head direct disciple, we still have to dig him out. Speaking of which, Elder Chong has already left seclusion, hurrying over to the star-shifting sea along with Chief. Gradually narrowing down the range of search with a secret technique, we should be able to dig out the location of that traitor and junior apprentice sister Shun very soon. Hearing these discussions, Yin Zhaoga raised his brows slightly. Ever since arriving in the vast ocean world, he had always been paying attention to all sorts of information, understanding the people and matters of this world. After arriving at Chongli Mountain, he had done an extremely systematic understanding. While the people of the Blood Dragon sect did not speak in detail, Yin Zhaoga was still able to guess their identities. Nian Chun, the Grand Elder of the Blood Dragon sect and the previous chief, the #1 expert of the Blood Dragon sect, wielding their sacred artifact, the 9 Dragon Fingers. Of the vast ocean world's top 10 transcending mortality experts, Nian Chun was ranked 3rd. Of course, this ranking did not include holy weapons. 10 years ago, in order to cultivate in seclusion and seek a breakthrough, Nian Chun stopped dealing with the specific affairs of the sect and passed the position of sect leader to his disciple, Shun Shurchen. Still, Nian Chun's position in the Blood Dragon sect could still be described as one of absolute authority. Those who were not on good terms with the Blood Dragon sect usually did not hold back in their words when facing martial practitioners of the Blood Dragon sect, mocking Shin Shurcheng for being their chief, having a grand chief above him. Shun Shurcheng himself did not mind, and Nian Chun also trusted him quite a bit. In the past few years, the sect's affairs, big or small, were usually handed over to Shun Shurcheng to handle, while he himself concentrated on cultivating. However, from the looks of it, Nian Chun, who was originally in closed-door training, had specially come out to the star-shifting sea this time. Is the Blood Dragon sect disciple that Jun injured Nian Chun's grandson? Yin Zhaoga stroked his lower chin. Nian Chun's son had died early, leaving behind only a single grandson, Nian Wei. This was something that everyone in the vast ocean world knew about. As he pondered, Yin Zhaoga heard those Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners continue. Senior apprentice brother Nian has yet to recover from his injuries, already having to rush about in search of senior apprentice sister Shun. It really must be hard on him. Senior apprentice brother Nian and junior apprentice sister Shun are truly a match made in heaven. In coming to the star-shifting sea this time, it was senior apprentice brother Nian who specially came to escort her. Who would have thought that something like this would actually happen? Senior apprentice brother Nian would naturally be unable to sit still. Senior apprentice sister Shun has been abducted by that traitor for so long, her whereabouts unknown. I'm afraid that silence. Don't you know that a loose tongue can cause trouble? Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips as he heard this. Good fella, the two people with the deepest backgrounds of the blood dragon sect's younger generation have been simultaneously flirted with by you. No wonder the blood dragon sect has completely exploded. You have standards. I think highly of you. Yin Zhaoge soundlessly passed over the heads of those blood dragon sect martial practitioners, his mind drifting as he walked. What Shun Ying resisting an arranged marriage, falling in love with Shi Jun at first sight, and eloping with him? What Nian Wei harbored ill intentions, Shi Jun acting bravely for a just cause, saving Shun Ying and escaping, Nian Wei accusing Shi Jun of abducting her. He was of course on Shi Jun's side, his various thoughts naturally being those that were beneficial to Shi Jun. There's no point in thinking so much. Let's first find a person before anything else. Yin Zhaoge retracted his thoughts that had flown off to who knew where, focusing once more on the jade sword in his hand. The people of the Blood Dragon sect also had a secret technique as they gradually locked onto their location in the vicinity. Yin Zhaoge could not afford to be careless, as he had to find the two as soon as possible. Following the guidance of the sword, Yin Zhaoge attempted to find the correct direction and location. Who knew that after searching for a long time, he would still be unable to find anything? Frowning, Yin Zhaoge came to the place where the reaction of the sword was the most intense, sinking to the bottom of the sea and scanning the reefs at the bottom of the sea. However, he still did not discover anything. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhaoge's figure began rising slowly. However, he did not immediately leave the surface of the sea, as he instead searched diligently amidst the undercurrents between the bottom of the sea and the surface of the sea. I still haven't found you this time. After a while, Yin Zhaoge smiled, his figure moving along with the flow of the seawater as a whirlpool shockingly appeared before him. It was actually a whirlpool that lay horizontally within the seawater. The surface of the whirlpool strangely stood upright, forming an inconspicuous empty space at the center of the seawater. Here, the reaction of a jade sword was exceptionally intense. Yin Zhaoge broke through the flow of water, stepping into that empty space where there was no water. Then, not halting, he directly stepped into the whirlpool. Passing through the center of the whirlpool, Yin Zhaoge shockingly passed through a formless passageway as he stepped into a foreign dimension. Just having entered the foreign dimension, Yin Zhaoge knit his brows slightly as he saw a dense fog that appeared faint purple in the surrounding area. This fog resembled grease, being abnormally sticky as it made it hard for one to advance or retreat within it. Yin Zhaoge tested it out. Advancing forward was easier than retreating, and retreating was not difficult for him. However, if it was a martial grandmaster, it would probably be hard for them to exit the foreign dimension, as they would only be able to struggle forward step by step. It looks like Jun and the others are indeed trapped here, Yin Zhaoge thought as he broke through the encirclement of the purple fog, officially stepping into the foreign dimension. A massive, deep valley appeared before him. Entering it, Yin Zhaoge only took a single glance before he grew wary. It is not just the marks left behind by one or two people. Other than Jun, and the others, there are others as well. Yin Zhaoge headed downwards, arriving at the bottom of the valley. However, he only saw a complete mess as it seemed to have been swept through by some powerful force. A dense stench of blood emanated over. Carefully appraising it, Yin Zhaoge shockingly saw a few corpses lying on the ground, all of them wearing the clothes of Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners. Beside one of the corpses was shockingly a damaged spirit artifact. The others were all beyond recognition, having been reduced to broken fingers and remains. Only this person's corpse, protected by the spirit artifact, had not been destroyed. Walking close, Yin Zhaoge lowered his head to take a look. It was a youth with 7 sword scars on his chest. To be continued. Chapter 529. Scanning the surroundings of the deep valley, Yin Zhaoge saw that one of the entrances to the valley had completely collapsed. There seemed to be traces of a mountain flood erupting there, sweeping through the bottom of the valley with a massive destructive force as it buried everyone there. That was not a simple flood. instead resembling the spilling of a starlight spring. However, it was much fiercer than the spring's mouth as the starlight transformed into a flood, extinguishing all that existed before it. Yin Zhaoge lowered his head to take a look. Currently, the corpses at the bottom of the valley had already been reduced to broken limbs under the bombardment of the starlight, their bodies riddled with wounds. However, with Yin Zhaoge's vision, he was still able to tell that two of them had not died beneath the starlight. Instead, they had already been killed by others before they had been struck by the starlight. One of them was this youth before him, whose corpse had been preserved thanks to the protection of the spirit artifact. At first glance, Yin Zhaoge had basically recognized those 7 sword scars on his chest to be the handiwork of the Big Dipper sword. Cleansed by such a flood of starlight, there was basically no possibility of others faking these scars. Was it Shi Jun who did it? Yin Zhaoge's spirits first rose. Shi Jun might have been here earlier, yet had been found by these Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners. A battle had erupted between the two sides. Shi Jun had killed 2 of them, but had been outnumbered. Perhaps it was a mechanism that Shi Jun himself had set up beforehand, or perhaps the battle had inadvertently caused the Great Starlight Tide. Borrowing the cover of the Great Starlight Tide, Shi Jun had successfully broken out of the encirclement, while the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners here had suffered as they had been devoured by the Great Tide. After carefully inspecting the area once more and confirming that Shi Jun's corpse should not be here, Yin Zhaoge relaxed greatly. The traces here showed that all this had happened not too long ago. Meanwhile, the jade sword in his hand also indicated that he was not far from Shi Jun. If he continued his pursuit, he believed that he would be able to find Shi Jun very soon. However, Yin Zhaoge's expression was rather strange as he looked at that youth whose chest had been left with 7 sword scars. Dying at Shi Jun's hands, he did not seem very old. He should only be a martial scholar, also not having reached the Xiantian stage yet. Not having reached the Xiantian stage, yet possessing a low-grade spirit artifact, this person's identity must be extraordinary. Yin Zhaoge was already clear that the artifact forging level of the vast ocean world was roughly on par with that of the 8 extremities world as a whole. Even for a major sect like the Blood Dragon sect, a martial practitioner who had yet to reach the Xiantian stage possessing a spirit artifact was a special exception. Either he had great fortune and obtained it outside by chance, or his family background wasn't ordinary. Yin Zhaoge glanced at this youth, thinking to himself, it shouldn't be such a coincidence, right? Lightly patting his head, the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth arched upwards. If this is Nian Wei, given the current situation, he should not be allowed to run around as he pleases. Even if he wants to personally look for Jun, in Shening, there should still be Blood Dragon sect experts following him. Martial Grandmasters were still able to retreat from that place just now. This way, those of the Blood Dragon sect outside may also know of the existence of this place. As he pondered, the gaze of the Northern Ocean clone beside Yin Zhaoge flickered slightly. Yin Zhaoge's mind was connected. Someone entered this foreign dimension from the entrance? Furthermore, his cultivation is very high. The next moment, Yin Zhaoge himself could feel the entrance to the foreign dimension shaking intensely. The other party's movements were extremely bold and unrestrained, with no intention of concealing himself. He forcefully tore apart the purple smoke blocking the entrance with his strength and charged in. The newcomer's speed was as fast as the wind, and he soon arrived at the entrance of the omphalos. Curling his lips, Yin Zhaoge raised his head and saw a silver-haired old man currently gazing down menacingly. Seeing the corpse of that youth on the ground, this silver-haired old man instantly let out an enraged howl of grief to the extreme, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from this silver-haired old man, Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Nian Chun, the experts of the Blood Dragon sect who wielded the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, would all break off the thumb of their left hand. Yin Zhaoge's gaze fell on that old man's left hand, seeing that this palm shockingly only had 4 fingers, missing the thumb. He smacked his lips. It really is him. Nian Shun glared at Yin Zhaoge, clearly enraged as he said word by word, "You are Yin Zhaoge?" This Grand Elder of the Blood Dragon sect had just left seclusion not long ago. Before this, he had always been in secluded cultivation, not paying attention to the affairs of the outside world. It was only recently that he had emerged due to the matter of Shi Jun, Shun Ying, and Yin Wei. After leaving seclusion, he had placed all his attention on finding Shi Jun's whereabouts. Yin Zhaoge's name was really too resounding now. People of the sect would naturally report Yin Zhaoge's deeds and experiences to Nian Shun. However, Nian Shun had always been arrogant and domineering. At this moment, he was even more enraged by Nian Wei's death as he suddenly let out a dragon's roar, streams of blood-red light flying out from his body. The more enraged he was, the more Nian Shun did not underestimate his enemy. Even when the Northern Ocean clone stood silently by Yin Zhaoge's side, like a statue, Nian Shun still noticed his existence. The streams of blood-red light transformed into numerous blood dragons in midair before condensing to form a massive silhouette. This silhouette had the head of a dragon and the body of a human. It had a single arm, one of its massive claws clearly having 9 fingers. Looking calmly at Nian Shun, Yin Zhaoge chortled, "If I were to make a move, would a martial scholar's corpse still be left behind? You wouldn't think that a low-grade spirit artifact would be able to protect him, right?" Nian Shun extended his hands, light simultaneously lighting up on his 9 fingers as 9 sharp finger sheaths that were crimson as blood and flickered with golden light appeared. Wearing the finger sheaths, Nian Shun's hands resembled the sharp claws of a dragon. He retracted the furious look on his face at this moment, all his fury transforming into coldness. Those 7 sword scars were the handiwork of that little bastard's surname Shi. However, even if you were not the one who did it, it is definitely related to you. Other Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners now appeared beside Nian Shun. One of them was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing, shockingly having reached the late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm. Seeing the corpses of Nian Wei and the others at the bottom of the valley, pain as well as deep worry flashed through his eyes. Glancing at him, Yin Zhaoge recognized this middle-aged man as the father of the missing Shun Ying, the current chief of the Blood Dragon sect, Shun Shiqing. While feeling pained over the deaths of his disciples, Shun Shiqing was also worried about his daughter. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, he said in a heavy tone, "Young Master Yin Zhaoge, your name has been like thunder in my ears recently. This Shun really did not wish to see you here. It would have been fine if you had stayed at Changli Mountain, but since you have come here, it means that you are definitely related to that Shi Jun." Shun Shiqing shook his head slowly. Shi Jun and his disciple have mysterious origins, and it is the same for you as well. You say that it is very normal for you to come to Changli Mountain. However, that Shi Jun and his disciple are merely guests at Changli Mountain, not being of Changli Mountain itself. It is understandable for Changli Mountain's people to stand up for them, but as a guest as well, why have you appeared here? Shun Shiqing asked in a heavy tone. Young Master Yin has always been open and above board. You wouldn't say that all this is a coincidence, right? Or perhaps you want to deny that the sword scars on my junior apprentice nephew Nian Wei's body were not caused by that Shi Jun. Chapter 530. Yin Zhaoge smiled relaxedly. Of course it isn't a coincidence. I have specifically come to find my junior apprentice nephew. I concealed my tracks earlier because I was worried that you thieves would cry thief. With Jun already in your hands, in consideration of his safety, I was more cautious. Yin Zhaoge curled his lips. Now that I understand that while his whereabouts are unknown, he is currently not in any danger, I am naturally at ease. The Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners all glared at Yin Zhaoge as Shun Shiqing said slowly, "From the looks of it, you intend to protect your junior apprentice nephew?" Yin Zhaoge raised his right index finger, waving it lightly towards Shun Shiqing and the others. If it really was my junior apprentice nephew who committed a mistake, I have plenty of rules to discipline him. However, if someone tried to frame my junior apprentice nephew, we will have to have a proper talk. A Blood Dragon sect longtime elder said furiously. The facts are all there. the evidence irrefutable. What else is there to say? Yin Zhaoge secretly sensed the changes in the jade sword as he said, nonchalantly, "Irrefutable what? Up until now, it has only been your side of the story." The others of the Blood Dragon sect still wanted to speak, but Nianchen raised his hands, stopping them. The baleful chi of the 9 blood-red claws shot to the heavens, causing the entire foreign dimension to shake and tremble. "My grandson is dead." Nianchen glared at Yin Zhaoge. "Killed by your junior apprentice nephew." Yin Zhaoge looked calmly at Nianchen. "So? My junior apprentice nephew should be waiting for death, taking a beating without retaliating, dying at your grandson's hands? If you want to fight, I will accompany you." Yin Zhaoge's gaze turned cold. "I will shoulder the matter of my junior apprentice nephew. I've been unhappy for a long time that my people have been hunted down by you. I am currently busy looking for him. After finding him, I had originally intended to personally go look for your Blood Dragon sect. I cannot be bothered to quibble with those juniors down below. If I want to find someone, it will naturally be the two of you." Yin Zhaoge looked at Nianchen and Shun Shircheng. "It is an accident now. Still, it is an accident that I like very much." Nianchen roared furiously. "Good fella, then I'll take care of you first." He raised his hands, the 9 blood-red fingers leaving his palms and flying into the air before landing on that massive claw of the Blood Dragon avatar above his head. The 9 claws were intertwined with the 9 sharp finger sheaths, and the violent power shook the world. A boundless sea of blood seemed to appear before Yin Zhaoge's eyes, within which countless long dragons rose and fell, bathed in a blood-red light. The aura of a true dragon was mixed with a terrifying and thick fiendish aura, creating an unimaginable pressure. A strong smell of blood almost dyed the entire foreign dimension crimson red. It was as if a group of dragons was enraged and wanted to slaughter the common people. The power of the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, shocked the heavens and shook the earth at this moment. Nianchen's Blood Dragon avatar extended its claw, clawing towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge's breathing halted slightly as he felt the scene of the heavens and earth before him rapidly shrinking, collapsing with him at its center as it pressed down on him. The dense blood sea roiled unceasingly, countless blood dragons stirring up waves as they simultaneously lunged towards Yin Zhaoge. Nianchen's voice resounded simultaneously from all directions at this moment, entering Yin Zhaoge's ears. "Youngster, you are too arrogant. Do you think that just having killed a Fong Can, you can rampage unbridled and unbridled in the vast ocean world? There are many who can kill Fong Kansas. Ignoring you is only because everyone is restraining one another, not wanting to be taken advantage of by others. Do you really think that I am afraid of you? Who do you think you are?" Usually, this old man would also think twice before acting. Still, now that this old man's grandson is dead, this old man does not want to consider anything else. "There is only one thing that I am considering right now." Nianchen resembled a roaring evil dragon. Whoever harmed Wei Er's life, this old man will exterminate their entire clan. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as the Northern Ocean clone beside him strode forward, spreading his arms before making a circle. There seemed to be a great spear within his hands before he grabbed its head with one hand and its tail with the other, exerting force as the perfectly straight spear shaft was bent into a semicircle. A vast black sea that flickered with a golden light seemed to appear amidst space. A massive shadow bobbed up and down amidst the sea. Sinking beneath the water, it transformed into a massive black fish that was tens of thousands of kilometers long, resembling land. Emerging from the water's surface, it transformed into a great green rock. With a flap of its wings, it soared tens of thousands of kilometers into the air. As it bobbed up and down, an incomparably terrifying power expanded into the surroundings. Golden and black light intermingled, instantly blocking that surging blood sea and countless blood dragons. Northern Ocean Divine Spear, Kuinpeng Hang's wings. The blood dragons rampaged, yet were unable to break through the boundary drawn by the Kuinpeng's wings as they were unable to advance any further. The next moment, the Northern Ocean clone's arm shook, the hand that was grabbing onto the spearhead, seemingly suddenly releasing its grip. The great spear that had been tensed up mightily erupted, turning from a semicircle to a perfectly straight line once more. With this, an incomparably violent power erupted, rampantly cleaving apart the blood sea. Innumerable blood light shattered, the blood water receding. The scales of the numerous blood dragons shattered as their bodies were broken into pieces, truly tragic. The all-encompassing blood sea was split apart down the middle, Nian Shun and his blood dragon avatar revealed. Yin Zhaoge looked indifferently at Nian Chun. Whose clan did you say you wanted to exterminate just now? The flames of fury had already vanished from within Yin Chen's gaze, only hatred and killing intent that seemed to have condensed into tangible form, icy cold and penetrating to the bone. He said coldly, "That is why I say that youngsters really do not know the height of the heavens and the depth of the earth." Amidst his words, the blood dragon avatar behind him struck out with another claw, 9 streaks of blood quick as lightning as they bypassed Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, attacking towards him. Nian Chen's voice resembled ice. "Naive brat, do you think that having refined the Northern Ocean martial saint Zhuang Kuan as your clone, you yourself have become a martial saint? In this old man's eyes, pinching you to death is not much more difficult than pinching an ant to death. You yourself are the greatest burden of this powerful clone of yours." When two sides clashed, if one side had to protect someone or something at the same time, they would inevitably lose the initiative, giving their opponent a gap to exploit, as the attacking side would gain the initiative as well as a massive advantage. Those 9 streaks of blood were of varying speeds, some interfering with and surrounding the Northern Ocean clone, while others attacked towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "The naive one is you. You are too slow." Nian Chen's heart shook. The Northern Ocean clone's arms shook, instantly arriving before Nian Shun and the Blood Dragon avatar. Nian Chen's heart shook intensely. Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone's Northern Ocean Divine Spear was the fastest martial art of this vast ocean world. Meanwhile, the martial arts of his Blood Dragon sect had never been known for speed, and the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, was not famed for its speed either. Spear after spear, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth, the Northern Ocean clone attacked towards Nian Shun like a tempestuous storm. Distracted, Nian Shun instead lost the initiative now as he was frenziedly attacked by the Northern Ocean clone. He calmed his heart, wanting to counterattack and regain the upper hand. Who knew that the Northern Ocean clone would suddenly change his stance, suddenly executing a supreme martial art other than the Northern Ocean Divine Spear, a supreme martial art that Nian Shun had never seen before, a supreme martial art that had been lost following the Great Calamity, the Fishrock Divine Claw. To be continued. Chapter 531. The Northern Ocean clone made a grabbing motion, resembling a rock extending its claw, his fingers seemingly ripping space apart at this moment. More importantly, although it was a change of move, the Kuan Peng Divine Claw and the original Dark North Divine Spear were perfectly compatible. The Northern Ocean clone's figure did not slow in the slightest as he directly arrived before Nian Shun with a claw. Nian Chen's face was livid. Competing in fist, palm, and claw techniques, the Blood Dragon avatar above Xiao Chen's head had 9 claws sheathed with a sacred weapon, 9 dragon fingers. As the dragons flew, time and space in front of Nian Shun seemed to freeze for a moment. Even the attacks of Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone turned sluggish at this moment. Time flowed incomparably slowly as the Northern Ocean clone seemed to be in slow motion. Executing the strongest killing move of the Blood Dragon sect's direct lineage martial arts, the 9 dragon slaughtering God Claw, a sharp light flickered in Nian Chen's eyes as he finally obtained a chance to switch from defense to offense. The ferocious 9-fingered dragon claw grabbed onto the palm of Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. Finger against finger, claw against claw, Nianquan's gaze revealed a ferocious light as he abruptly exerted force with his sacred artifact claw, wanting to cripple one of Yin Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone's hands. At the same time, the other Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners, with Shun Shurching at their head, also surrounded Yin Zhaoga. Numerous blood dragons traversed and danced in the air, dyeing the heavens and earth into a sea of blood once more as they lunged towards Yin Zhaoga with a ferocious momentum. Yin Zhaoga's expression was as stable as Mount Tai. In the instant that the nine-fingered dragon claw arrived before the Northern Ocean clone, his entire body suddenly trembled intensely. It looked like a giant koan leaping out of the water, or like a rock spreading its wings. Majestic, flourishing chi and blood erupted from the acupoints of the Northern Ocean clone's entire body. In the blink of an eye, the claw he stretched out changed again. His 5 fingers retracted and clenched into a fist. Then, he punched towards the center of the 9-fingered dragon claw that could grasp the heavens and the earth. The punch was like a spear thrusting forward. The spear tip pointed straight at the center of the dragon claw's palm before stabbing forward. At this moment, the violent energy broke free from the shackles of time and space of the dragon claw and regained its speed. Nianquan's expression changed slightly. He instantly deduced that the opponent's northern underworld divine spear would first pierce a hole through his palm. "We've been fooled." Switching to the Kuan Peng divine claw was just a ploy to lure the enemy. Although Nianquan was enraged, his reaction was sharp and his judgment was accurate when he fought the enemy. He changed his stance at the last moment, his 9 claws no longer attempting to scratch the Northern Ocean clone's arm, as he instead erupted with power prematurely. The tips of the 9 dragon fingers each lit up with a blood-red ball of light. Within each sphere of light, there seemed to be 9 blood dragons entangling with each other. At this moment, they loudly disintegrated. The 9 light spheres all exploded, numerous blood dragons soaring into the air, forming a blood mist which obstructed and delayed the advance of this Northern Ocean divine spear of Yin Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone. At the same time, Nianquan and his blood dragon avatar quickly retreated, preparing to stabilize their footing before regrouping. On the other side, looking indifferently at the blood dragon sect martial practitioners who were rushing towards him, Yin Zhaoga suddenly raised a palm. He raised his palm high above his head, then flipped it over and pressed it down. The first to arrive before him was a longtime elder of the Blood Dragon sect, a mid-essence talisman martial grandmaster. The other party's hands formed claws, numerous blood dragons surging from his acupoints, coiling as they transformed into numerous essence talismans. Each dragon coiled to form an essence talisman. The essence talismans formed a massive spirit formation in mid-air, graceful patterns appearing on the spirit formation of 9 dragons congregating. Yin Zhaoga had seen this supreme martial art before. It was precisely the direct lineage 9 dragons congregating of the Blood Dragon sect, executed by this essence talisman martial grandmaster. How much more powerful was it than the past essence spirit martial grandmaster Haijingjie? However, Yin Zhaoga completely ignored how ferocious the other party's attacks were as he pressed down with his palm, neither hurriedly nor slowly. However, in the eyes of that Blood Dragon sect elder, there was only a single feeling that filled his mind. The heavens had collapsed. He felt as though Yin Zhaoga had become incomparably tall at this moment, standing above the 9 heavens. That was not just a difference in height. Instead, it was more like he was looking down from a higher plane of existence. As Yin Zhaoga's palm descended, the sky smashed downwards, the heavens and the earth about to merge. While his movements seemed neither hurried nor slow, there seemed to be nowhere for him to flee to. Living within these heavens and earth, with the heavens and earth being overturned now, unable to escape wherever he fled to, it would be hard for him to escape death. This Blood Dragon sect elder knew that with Yin Zhaoga's current cultivation base, it was impossible for him to truly overturn the heavens with a single palm. This was Yin Zhaoga's palm intent influencing his mind. However, The problem was that while he desperately tried to struggle free, he was still unable to break free of the pressure brought about by this palm of Yin Zhaoge's. At this moment, the supreme martial art of legends of this world, the cyclic heavenly seal, appeared once more in the human realm. As Yin Zhaoge's palm descended, the spirit formation in midair naturally collapsed. Numerous talismans shattered one after another, tragic wails resounding from within, as it was as though numerous blood dragons had died, tragically just like that, being crushed into mincemeat. Shen Shurqing and the others hurriedly halted their forward momentum as they stared shockingly at that blood dragon sect longtime elder of their lineage, dazed like a wooden chicken as he stood where he was, having his head smashed apart by Yin Zhaoge's palm as he breathed his last. Those of the blood dragon sect were all dazed where they stood. While they knew that Yin Zhaoge himself was a heaven-defying genius who was extremely powerful, being able to directly suppress experts like Water Crystal Palace's Zhang Haoqing and the Dragon Slayer sect's Li Sheng at the same cultivation level, never would they have thought that Yin Zhaoge would actually be powerful to this extent. A single palm, slaying a mid-essence talisman martial grandmaster who was an entire cultivation level higher than him with a single palm. While Shen Shurqing was a late essence talisman martial grandmaster, seeing this scene, he could only feel a chill shoot up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The intense battle between the two caused the entire foreign dimension to seem on the verge of collapse, on the brink of destruction. The great earth beneath the deep valley shattered completely. After it had shattered, light flickered. Yin Zhaoge felt that jade sword shake intensely for a moment, its reaction currently weakening slightly. Frowning, he descended towards the light down below. Nian Shen had just wanted to make a move when Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone was unforgiving. While he had been obstructed for a moment by the blood mist that had erupted, he did not cease in his movements. He no longer clenched his fist and punched the palm of the nine-fingered dragon claw. Instead, his fist turned into a claw again. Taking advantage of the fact that the nine-dragon-finger saint artifact had hastily changed its stance and erupted with its full power, he accurately grasped the moment when his opponent had used up all his strength and had yet to recover his strength. With Akuan Peng's divine claw, he directly grabbed one of his opponent's fingers. Nian Shen's expression changed drastically. A cruel smile surfaced simultaneously on the faces of Yin Zhaoge down below and the Northern Ocean clone before Nian Shen. Hee, nine-fingered dragon king Nian Shen. From today onwards, you'll be called eight-fingered. The Northern Ocean clone exerted force with his palm, directly breaking a finger of that nine-fingered dragon claw. Nian Shen let out a miserable groan. The blood dragon avatar above his head had one of its nine-fingered claws severed by Yin Zhaoge. On the other hand, his right index finger exploded into a bloody mist with a bang and was crippled. To be continued.